Alright. Looks like we are set up. Yep. Volume is a go. Oh, jeez. Notifications. Let's do this. Alright, cool. So, yesterday, finished the stream with, what was it, the 119 Horde night? And then, oh, jeez, it's a dog. Oh, reload. Alright. I'm bleeding out. He only bit me once. My aim is awful. Alright, where are the rest of y'all dogs? Oh, man. Where are they at? It can't just be those two. I think there's always at least like 3. Now I'm just like hyper nervous. That would be the way. That would definitely be the way that things start. I am super glad I had this gun on. It's unfortunate that I wasn't loaded, but it wasn't too bad, I guess. Okay. I don't see him. I think that's it. Oh man. It's like first thing. As soon as I start the stream, just like just a dog show up. Oh man. Okay. So the garden needs to be taken care of real quick. Luckily, I already have the seeds made for what I'm going to plant. I'm just going to go back to planting chrysanthemum. Hey there, Messy Mermaid. Yeah, I absolutely got ambushed. I'm really glad when I was setting up the stream that I was in my base. Because the game doesn't pause. So as long as I'm in the game, it's just running. And I guess the reason there was only 2 dogs is because that was probably the tail end of the Wandering Horde. So they definitely would have got me. There wouldn't have been anything I could have done about it. I would have been very upset, as I have yet to die. Yeah, that would have been bad news for sure. Like, one thing I definitely need to start thinking about is the garden I want to build for this base. Like, I don't know, I don't have any, specific design in mind at the moment. I do know that I have to have light shining in there. So I'm considering making a tunnel out from the crafting portion of the base, building a little bit of a ramp to lessen the distance between myself and the surface, and then, well, I'll have to put iron bars over it. I can't risk just putting glass. Or can I? I don't know yet. We'll have to see. But yeah, I need to have some access to light for it. Yeah, I would enjoy being able to just use glass. I've done it on an entrance before, like a drawbridge entrance that I built for a base once. Okay, I think we're good on all of these things for a little while. How's our meat stew looking? Oh man, we've got 33. 78, not quite. We'll just, we are about to head back there, aren't we though? See some of these delicious blueberry pies. We'll eat a jar of honey, because why not? A border garden? Not exactly sure what that would look like. Would it be just kind of, well, I guess around the border of the area that I create? Having the center space more open? I think that should be good. I do want to take some, I need to take some forged iron with me. I bet I have a ton of wood over at the base. Okay, I'm just going to wait on that. I was going to make a knife real quick. Let me make some forged iron. Yeah, I've got a ton of iron in here. Let me do that. How's the clay looking? 1600? Yeah, we're good. Yes, except the wall is so high it wouldn't have the effect I was thinking. Yeah, I was kind of wondering, yeah, that's what I was kind of wondering, if I should build a ramp going up to make it so it's not as deep. I mean, really, I only need to be like 3 blocks below the surface. I would like to be more than that, but yeah, we just have to see how it would work out. Forged iron. Let's just make like 500, so I don't have to do this again for a really long time. All right. Oh yeah, let's put the we gotta put the wood back. I can't be stealing my supplies here. Oh my goodness. Oh, I put a ton of wood in this thing. How much did I put in this thing? Still has like 136 minutes left. Oh, hold on. I don't turn this off. I'm gonna have screamers running over here. Do not have time for that. So we do have 6. Let's do 12 more here. Oh no, we're good. I was gonna say we might have to go get sand soon, but no, we're good. 75 minutes. But yeah, that'll almost cap us out. We're getting pretty close. Grab a couple of my million bandages. Eat a vitamin, because why not? And we're good. Oh yeah, this thing's pretty much capped. Oh yeah, I forgot. I made all of that rebar. I need to take this with me so I can start looking at stuff. Yeah, let's take some of that and some of that. Sure. Oh yeah, and my apologies if you can hear the like leaf blowers and things at the apartment complex. It is now lawn maintenance day, so hopefully it's not too bad. Oh, nice. It's good that you cannot hear it. Oh, nice. We got a good amount of stone here. I'm gonna put some of that in the chest to take back. I need another chest. This is terrible. Oh wait, we don't need the cobblestone. I'm not doing anything with cobblestone right now. And clay. I think that should be it. Maybe that. Lights and glass I'm probably not going to need just yet, so I'm going to hold off on that. Alright, cool. Yeah. Yeah, I have plenty of wood over here. Okay. I should probably do that. I think that'll work. Oh, it looks like I could use a new shovel as well. You're a bit confused. Is your garden going to be on the second level? Are you going to build on ground level? Okay. Yeah, what I'm thinking about doing, probably just picking one of these directions, either like south, east, or north. I think I want to avoid going west. I guess it wouldn't matter. I'll just have to see which one looks best. Actually, it might be good on this side, just because that's where the entrance is. And then if I wanted to go to the garden, I could just drive right over there. That might work. But yeah, what I'm thinking about doing is like digging a hole basically through the wall, going up to, I don't know, right about here maybe, about like this height, leaving that much more to the surface, and then dig out an area underground, and so it's going to be like partially underground, but the top has to be open for light. So either use glass or iron bars or something, you know. And maybe I can even keep this same theme, like use ramps to get down one block level, and then have like a glass roof across. If I do glass, I'll have to have some type of supports between, because glass has low structural integrity, or load-bearing capacity, I guess. And I can use like all the white adobe like I am in here for those supports, or maybe redwood blocks. Inside the walls are probably just going to be redwood blocks as well. Alright. Oh yeah, didn't I make myself a shovel? Sweet. Slowly getting that thing leveled up. Oh, I made a knife as well, that's right. Alright, cool. Well, we might as well drive over there. Woo! That's the whole point of the hallways, right? Drive over here. Yeah, and see, it is just a little bit dark, like especially on these sides, where, like right here in the center, you have these lights kind of lighting up this space, so this side isn't as bad. But when you get over to here and it's just the candles, oh, I'm missing a candle. Yeah, I need to have one more candle here. That would be cool if it works out that way. I'm just gonna go and grab these now so I can start looking at stuff. Zombies! Why? Alright, oh, let's go deal with the zombies real quick. We might as well get our archery up. Okay. So we are in need of practice. And you see how the light is shining up? See, the light is shining up from those dome lights inside? At least that's what it feels like. Yeah, she's got one. Wait, where are those lights at? Can we test this out? Because they're like right in the center, right? Yeah, come over here. Okay, so this is where the other hallway is. The hallway going north and south. Yeah. So yeah, the lights do shine up through these blocks. It's interesting. The medkit schematic. I have 10,000 of those. Oh, there he is. You can do it. Good job. That does give me hope. It seems like a lot of zombies are going to break their legs upon impact. Because the floor for the Horde defense is honestly probably going to be like right here. And I think this is going to be a ramp that goes up to where like the pillars start. Oh jeez. Oh man, crawlers. Oops, my aim is awful. Oh jeez, I thought he was going to swing more to the right. Oh, he didn't break his leg. That stun damage bonus, though. He just ran through that one. Cool. So not all of them will break their legs. I mean, I guess it kind of depends how the setup is. Oh my goodness. Alright, let's just use the club. I'm wasting arrows at this point. Okay. That might be all of them. As long as some dogs don't come flying over the side, we'll be alright. Because I don't think this is deep enough to kill dogs anymore. It might be. I haven't done a whole lot of tests on that. I've just kind of been pleasantly surprised when I'm working in a pit and I turn around and there's a bunch of dead dogs. Might be enough. Cool. So we can hopefully get to work now. Actually, let's see. I'm gonna repair my shirt, my shorts. Oh, come on, zombies. I just got back down here. Alright. Back up top. Back up top. I'm glad I left these spaces open. be a lot more irritating to have to go up and down the ramped entrance. Alright. Are y'all done? It's just like the random crawler. Okay. I think that was it. Okay. So yeah, I think why that was looking a bit darker on the other side. Yeah, I've got a candle here. I don't have that one yet on the other one. And why don't I have one here? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, because it would have to be in the glass. Okay. That is a why. And then the glass starts there. Okay. Yeah, still kind of dark over here. I mean, it helps. This is more just for appearance. Like, they don't really provide a whole lot of light. It has a really cool effect on the ramps and the way it kind of pulls around there. But just like on this side here, I'm going to have these spotlights set up. And that kind of helps make this area a bit brighter. So we should be good. Alright, so gonna need those, and those. Oh, cool. I finished this side. And it looks smooth. I really do think I'm gonna tear out the other side and fix it. That just looks really good. It looks like... Yeah, it looks like I started this side. Oh yeah, so I could put the drawbridge on. Not be worried about it taking damage while I do this. That should be the same space. Yeah. So we're gonna go one back here and just work our way down. And basically, I'm just trying to keep this like jagged edge in view. As long as I'm clearing that out, the ramp blocks, oops, will go where I want them. A little bit easy, or I guess easier to get carried away with the auger than it is the shovel. Okay, that looks right. Okay, yes, that should be good. Okay, and I'm going to go back to what I was doing yesterday. I'm going to get all of these instead of doing them one at a time, because that will take far too much time. Stop it. Did I not take that far enough back? Because then that opens that. Yeah. I don't know why it's so much harder to work on the upper portion of this than the lower portion. Wait, does that connect right there? If that's the case, I gotta fill that in. Okay, yeah, that's right. This there are 2 blocks that go here. It always worries me when it opens up like that. It's like, I've dug too far. And then it goes up from there. Okay. Let's go ahead and clear out another layer of this. It'll be a bit easier for us to walk up and down. Okay, there we go. Can we still do this? If I place this here, can I still... Yeah, you can still put one in the side there. Okay, cool. Oh, we've got the square blocks out. We might as well use them. Neat. Cool. Now all we gotta do is clear this out and put on the bottom row. And we can start looking at the next layer, which is going to be where the redwood blocks are. Oops. Wait, did I go down too far? No, that's going to be... It's going to be on the same level, so I will have to go down one more layer. Yeah. This meets up right there. Wait. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I still have to fill in the space. I was like, why is there dirt there? Cool. this is why, like right here, this is pretty much why I really enjoy building underground. You get so many resources just by creating the space you need to build in. Oh geez, is it too far? What did I do on this side? Oh, okay, yeah. There's a square block under here. And that should line up right there. Like, I'm definitely going through a lot of stone right now, but all of this, like, just digging out this entire space, like half of it was stone, half of it was dirt, basically. That's still a fair amount of stone, and I'm getting iron as well, and even though I'm doing pretty well on iron, it's good to be on top of that at all times. Alright, I think that's all of them. Oops. Okay, good thing I didn't place that one. Nice. And then pretty much all we have left to do is, I think just filling in that area with the redwood, and then it'll meet up. And, yeah, I mean, of course the wall's over here, but as far as this section right there, that'll be super nice. Ah, can't do that one. Nice. That's good stuff. Try how many glass blocks I used on that. I do have 350, which is a pretty decent amount, but I'll most likely need some more. Let's see how many mistakes I make. Okay, cool, so those are good. And like basically, to save on resources, I just used wooden frames. And just like, they're stacked all the way down so that this whole area is completely supported. And as soon as I put in the red wood blocks, you'll never see those frames again. Sweet. So definitely not finished, but it is functional now. Entrance is all complete, connected. Just kind of give a quick look, make sure there are no zombies hanging around. So I don't want them digging into like the walls or anything like that. They'll do that pretty quick. Yeah. And really, after I'm done kind of like setting things up, like I gotta do a lot of demolition work. Like this house needs to go, that one on the corner, that one there, all like the trees and stuff like that. Maybe the church? We'll see. If they spawn over there and get stuck in there, I will have to take down the church. We'll see. That might have to change. Okay, no, that'll be fine. The redwood blocks would just be covering it. Alright, let's go ahead and I guess get started on the redwood block side. So we can get that done, then we can kind of set up the spotlights and then lay in the glass as our last task. Ugh, it looks so weird. But that's all we need. Let me get back on the ramp. That's a weird angle to dig from. But yeah, right along the top here, all we're gonna need. Ugh. Can it reach? All right, cool. But yeah, all we're gonna need is that. We don't have to dig up an extra layer or anything. This should get rid of that extra dirt once I put it down. Uh-oh. Huh? Huh? I don't like the way that looks at all. It's gonna do that on this side also. I mean, it would make sense. That's just the way the terrain works. No, it didn't do it on this side. Well, that's weird. Okay, so that has to go. Hopefully this doesn't mess up the surface. I think we're good. I think we're like a... whatever. I think we're a good block down. Maybe... yeah, just that right there. And we can fill it with a frame. Do that, that. Oh yeah, there we go. Much better. Not sure why I didn't do it on this side though, but whatever, it's fixed. Oh yeah, always make sure to close your door. Zombies will definitely take advantage of that. Okay. Why does that look weird? I don't know. I guess it's good though. Okay. This is a little strange sometimes how the terrain moves around as you dig through it. It's kind of like a necessary function to like keep things linked together. Oops. Like otherwise you have a lot of issues with like just like separation of the blocks, or risk them just turning out to be like, you know, blocks, kind of like, you know, Minecraft style. Ugh. Ah, it's too low. That looks good. And that will just cover those wood frames, basically. Cool, we're good. We are good. Another track. Oops. Just kind of auger in the air there for a sec. Ooh, I thought I was going to catch my block. Still really enjoying switching back and forth between the auger and the shovel. Oops. As I've been doing a lot of work down here and I have not seen a single screamer. As much fun as that can be, it's also kind of irritating when you're trying to get some work done. Does mine just stop there? It can't just stop there. It should fix when we dig out this next layer. Is that going to be good? It is good. Okay, that's the last one. Jump! Jump! Nice. Alright, now what I want to do, before I place all of these down, I want to go check the spacing for this. Because then I can just put these in and build everything around it, kinda. So starting from the bottom of the ramp, 1, 2, 3, 4. So the fourth block up one is the first. It's probably just the reverse here. Ah! Okay. Oh, I can't place it. Won't let me like even try to place the block there because it comes into conflict with the drawbridge's space. Okay, never mind. So 1, 2, 3, 4. This is different. And up 1, 2, 3. Oh no, that's right. Interesting. I think I had to move this one down a little bit more because the light was shining through the dirt. I think the dirt was a bit much there. Cool. Well, we can just duplicate that then. 2, 3. 4, up 1. Cool. So it starts here. 1. We were counting from here, though. Oh my goodness. Quit moving. 1. It's gonna be like, it's gonna be right there. Let's just go ahead and put some of this wall in. I think it'll make it a lot easier. So now we have a flat surface to count off of. It's gonna be right there, actually. It's risky. It's not too big of a risk, though. Just like, you know, risking losing 1 block. Okay, yeah, so it should be right there. And I put like a rough estimate on this one as well. So we couldn't really measure from there, so it looked like it was like... there? And the measurement for this is a little weird. Okay. Probably should have checked that before I built around it. It'll be fine. It's all right. I'm sure it's in the right place. Oh, there's a spot. Ah, jeez. I did it. Oh, you know what? Does that get me to where I need to be? Oh, it's so close. Nice. Hopefully that's right. Seems about right. Yep, so that one is good. I just need to find a good way of measuring this one. Looks like right there. 4, up 1. Okay, no, it's the same. I just didn't count this block back here. See, it's a lot easier when you have like a flat surface to count off of, and your frame kind of stays in place. So yeah, that one looks good. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. Well, alright. We are going to use these to stand on. Where is this shovel? I got my cursor right over it and I can't see it. Go back. I just gotta remember the spacing I used for this. Let's put some more of these here to kind of hold us in place a bit. I want to say that is how far back it needs to go. Oh, come on now. I've hit all of these blocks. So I put a frame here. There would be spotlight, glass block right there, which I can't quite reach from this angle. And then the business glass pane, which should be how it is. Yeah, yeah, the business glass pane is the middle of that block. Okay. Drop some of these jars. Let's see here. Spotlights, business glass, blocks, business glass, pane centered. And that should be it. Let me grab a hammer so I can repair some stuff that I've beaten up over there. I think I'm good on the corners for now. That'll free up one space. Every space counts. I think that's it. Don't have my wrench on me, so let's do this right. Let's do this right the first time. Really? I can't reach that? Dang. Come on now. No way. Alright. So I'm building the other side. I need to leave this block out. Sweet. So we got the first set. And as to like why it makes this pattern, I have no idea. No clue as to why it does that. But it looks pretty neat when you have it going on both sides. So we're gonna have to take that block out, but it's not a huge priority at the moment. So we need that. Actually, that's probably it, because it should all be stone. Use the auger for everything. Oh jeez, did I just go back too far? Possibly. One, two, I need 2 for the wood, and okay, so just not back far enough yet for this block. Yeah. And I know you can't see this Adobe block with this setup, but I like to know that it's there. I like that effect. It's kind of the way that looks on the frames. Anyway. Yeah, so now we've got half of this done. Success. Hurrah. This would be a good time to put up these glass blocks and see how many I have left. I'm going to start with 351, and then these are just going to fill this entire space here. It also seems like this tones down the light just a little bit more. That was kind of the issue with using spotlights for this, is they're just so bright. I had them one block closer on all the sides, and like this whole thing was just like washed out. The whole entrance was just like blindingly bright. Not only am I using the spotlights, I'm using the white Adobe, so that reflects light really well. So even with this one just up here, it's like a little bit excessive on some of this. I wonder if I just put one right over that. Okay, now. Alright, so I have 270 left. I will have plenty glass blocks to finish this project out. this is what I'm excited about. You can look up the side. You don't see the jagged edge? I'm so upset that I didn't do this last time. I was like, oh, that would be just such a waste of resources. Yeah. There's wood frames there. Oh my goodness. Okay. That's not like super high priority though. I'd say the greater priority is in just finishing this other side out. So let us do that thing. Don't need any of this stuff right now. I'm just realizing I have like nothing else on my belt here. We'll need those. We'll need some of those. Oh no, we won't actually, we aren't gonna need those. Forgot I'd already put in the ramp. Okay. So I had to look up and make sure my door was closed here. Oop. Is that too far? Oh, that's right where we want it. It's kind of nice to get a bit more light for ourselves in here now. Totally have a thing about light. It's like, I don't know, it's super fun to mess around with in this game. I just wish the console could handle more of it. I think, let's check it first. Okay, yep, that's it. And right there. Cool. Switch back over to the shovel. Still really enjoying the not having screamers show up. And it's amazing how much you save on repair kits as well if you're not using the auger for everything. Like switching back and forth like this is amazing. It saves a ton of repair kits. So we just need to go down one more. Oh, what block was I hitting? Oh, jeez, I was hitting that one. try not to do like any extra damage to the blocks around him. I don't think it makes too much of a difference if the block is damaged as far as its structural integrity goes, but try not to break him, or at least, you know, damage him anyway. Hop, hop. Cool. Oh jeez, how did I damage that? Must have been kind of wielding the auger all over the place, just like smashing stuff around, I guess. So we can go ahead and get these base ones placed. So that should be 3, right? No, 1, 2, 3. And for measuring from right here, maybe up 1. Where are our frames? Give me the wooden frames. So it should be there, right? Cool, and so we'll leave that block out so that it's not in our way of turning on the spotlight again. Man, let me put another row right here, and we can just kind of like walk down these, placing the row above that. Okay. Oh yeah, we should probably measure this one as well, right? Starting from here. One, 2, 3, 4, and up 1. Right there. Oh jeez. Jump! Looks like I should put another one right where I'm standing. Now it should be pretty easy. Yeah. It was like just barely out of range last time. Oh, okay. I thought that was the space we were trying to leave open for a second. Yeah, that block is damaged as well. That one makes more sense though. It was like as I was clearing out this space for it, I just hit it on the way down. The one that was like in the middle of the ramp, not sure why. Alright, cool. So, give these one more measurement just to be sure. Ugh, I'm stuck. Alright, there we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, and up 1. And these should be 4 going this way. 3, 4, and up 1. Okay. We are set. Build my little, I guess, scaffolding, or I don't know. A support system here. Yeah. Okay. So probably easiest just to duck. Right? Okay. I don't know why I just dug a block out way over there. A little carried away with that. Yeah, it should have been right there, and then 2 of these. We should have our spotlights. Oh geez, I took the redwood off. Doesn't help. Cool. It's like once you get the pattern for something figured out, it's super easy to get it set up. Time to repair the auger here. We might as well use that one last one to break it. Doesn't save much durability, but you know, it saves some. Oh my goodness, I don't have my repair kits. You know, it's not gonna matter. I just need to break like 2 blocks, and the 2 extra hits that it's gonna take me to do it isn't really gonna matter. So wait. There you go. Just need to throw down the glass blocks and we're set. Oops. Oh, there we go. Oh jeez. There we go. Like sometimes it just can't really find a spot and it just kind of like blinks all over the place. Another 4 a.m. Although time really doesn't have a whole lot of meaning if you're underground. Other than the fact that my character is now telling me that he is starving, so I should probably get him some foods at some point. Oops. Pull out the auger, that would have been bad news. Okay, so this is with the mining helmet off. Nice. Come Run over to this side. Cool. Oh yeah, that was one thing I did realize the other day when I was messing with this. If you see down in the hallway, there's no pattern. Like the light pattern is not present on the ramps. Like as you get closer, right about there, that's when it starts to show up. Kind of interesting. Like it shows that it's lit, it just doesn't show the pattern of it. Excuse me, till you get close enough. Alright. Let's try our fancy new entrance here. Woo! Okay, good. I'm gonna leave the doors open for a second. I was really hoping there weren't some zombies hanging around. I know, dude. I know you're thirsty. You'll be alright. There will be more light in here. I need to get those rooms lit. Sweet! Not entirely necessary to have one on either side, but definitely a good time. I think it helps bring a bit more symmetry to the base. Oh yeah. I want to leave the door open. Cool. Our tooth's not gonna make it. Let's take that. We should leave another stack. I didn't realize that was all the stone we had here. Okay. Clay, sand, okay. Plenty of dirt. Oh goodness, we have dirt for days. Actually, I probably just pumped some of that into the mini bike real quick. I think we've been driving a bit. Oh yeah, not really. Cool, so I think what I'm gonna do is drop off my construction stuff. I'm gonna head back to the base. Those can come with me. I'm not gonna need the auger. Or the shovel? No, I think we're good. But yeah, I'm gonna get my stuff together and I'm gonna make a trip out to the trader. Just kind of get away from the construction site for a second. Go feed my character, as I'm sure you would greatly appreciate that. See what we can grab. I need to take that back for sure. That can go to the trader. Trader. Stack that iron. Always take the water. That's trader. How much space do I have? Oh, I still have a ton of space. If I can put those away, take some of that. Why not? We'll take the brass. The brass and the lead. Feathers. That'll be good. Sure. Totally fine. Let's repair that. And our shovel is done. So we can combine those. Fancy. Drop that off. I know, dude. I know. You're like super thirsty. I'm even holding water right now, but you can't have it. Need something better. Alright, we're good. I just need to repair that leather duster, and then I'll take it to the trader as well. But yeah, I figured it's morning. Trader's not too far from here. Just gonna drop off a bunch of the stuff we got yesterday. Did I drop off the auger? I did, but I didn't drop off the gas. Thought I can drop off at the base. It's our lovely, fantastic base. We've been using this for a really long time. I mean, it's day 122. I'm still using this thing. Works great. Don't need much more. Alright, let's go ahead and do the food and water first before this dude loses it. Woo, 205 on that wellness though. I'll just go all the way at that. And then just grab some of that and make like 30 more. And it looked like we could eat one more meat stew. There we go, 206. Let's go ahead and get 30 of these going. Yep, I did bring the wood back. Oh, 45. Oh, because I brought another stack. Sure, why not? We'll do 45 of these. Shouldn't have to make them again for a while. Turn that off for a second. Alright, so we got stone to drop. Nice. Knitted a little bit back from that tunnel. A little bit of iron. Anything else for there? Nope. Oh yeah, I need to grab that leather. Where's that leather? Is one enough? So it's worth $585 right now. It's now worth $1,200. Definitely worth getting a quick repair on it. I need to check this one. Medkits and knives we both have. We have both. More pills. So we got all of this stuff. It's mainly schematics. I hit the town yesterday and the crack book gave me a ton of schematics. I was kind of looking for paper. I kind of needed some paper. 16 will be enough. We'll just carry that on us. Oh yeah, the gas. Drop that in there. I guess I could put dirt in construction. I don't really have a whole lot. I just cleared out my construction because that's where I was keeping all my concrete. Speaking of, you can drop that off now. Woot! Nice, only one more row to go. I'll have a full chest. So when it comes time to start using the concrete, you can pretty much just go for it. Nice. Alright, so we got all of the tools and weapons that we may need. I'm going to drop off a little bit of this wood. I do need to hit the tree farm up at some point. Like, I don't want to do that right now, but I'm going to have to do that pretty soon. Then I have so many. I'm wondering if I should get a vending machine. The only thing is, like, these don't sell for very much. Like, if I had a ton of pistols and stuff like that, it would be a lot easier to get rid of them through a vending machine. But I don't know if it'd be worth it just for some of these schematics here. So let's just take no more than 2 of each. Oh, can I use the books to get the last skill levels? Yeah, I mean they'll level your skill up. So you can get like if I read this right now, my science skill would go up by 1 point. So yeah, you can level them up that way. But you don't get the same experience as you would if you were just leveling the skill yourself. But zombies on on console, zombies give you a ton of XP, so it's not something I would super worry about. Oh, I gotta make sure that I have money in the mini bike. Whoa. Okay, I do. Just throw a few things in there in case I need to gather up resources or something like that on the way back. But I think we're good. Arrows, bullets, pickaxe and axe. We should need them. And I have the forged iron. Honestly, I'm gonna drop that real quick. I don't need that. I should have left it over at the crafting base, or in the construction site. Like 75 to 100. Yeah, I mean, you could read it up. Or if you have like a ton of skill points hanging around, you could just pump them in there. But yeah, the books would definitely get you there. Like if you're not worried about getting experience to level your character, then yeah, you could just read all those books. But by the time you're trying to get from 75 to 100, your character's probably a pretty decent level, I would imagine. Where is this dude? Oh yeah, he's way over here. I'm like, yeah, it's not too far, and then I'm like, oh my gosh. Oh, okay, yeah, that's not far at all. You see both of us on the map, basically. Where'd it? Keep my stone forge running though. Oh man, yeah, I thought it'd be kind of nice to just get out of the construction site for a second. And cruise the open road. Oh, and don't fall in our pit while we're getting a drink of water. That would not be fun. But yeah, when I come back, that's basically I'll just be working on trying to figure out how I want to set the Horde defense up. Because I had an idea in mind, and through playing with that style of build in a different game, I found out I didn't like it. And so I need to adjust for that. It's pretty much just going to be, I don't know, trying to come up with a new base design for myself. So it's like I don't want to use the ramps. I do want to use spikes, because spikes are fantastic against zombies. But I don't want the spikes on top of the ground, just because then they work just like ramps. You know, a body will spawn on top of the spike, and then the other zombies will get stuck on that body, just like crawling underneath it. So I pretty much want to avoid using ramps and above ground spikes. So I'm not entirely sure what I would like to do about that. But beyond that, I also need to kind of work out the like 2-level hallway system that I'm gonna have. So I need to have a way to walk around, like the outside of the Horde defense as well as above it, because that's where I'm mainly going to be standing. And then I need to set up access from the bottom level to the Horde level to the Well, I guess the second level of the Horde defense. I maybe have too many levels going on here. Hey, it's a dog. We are just gonna drive on by. But yeah, we will see how this stuff goes. Like, and that's kind of like a huge part of the enjoyment of this game for me is not really knowing what I'm doing and just trying to figure stuff out. Seeing what you can and cannot do with the items you have. And I have a bit more freedom in this game than the one that I stream on YouTube for Wednesday, Thursdays. Because I have access to like power tools and concrete. Those are two huge things. Lights, yeah, that's kind of helpful. But as far as actual construction work goes, having the concrete and the auger is very, very helpful. Alright, so we are almost to the trader here. I may have just set myself on fire. Nope, we're good. Hey, zombie lady. How many zombies do we got over here? That dude on the second story there will never get off of there. They might follow us over here, they might not. This is kind of a running supply of paper. Oh, they didn't give us any more this time. Been slowly stacking that up. I just take the paper out and put it back in there. Oh, we'll take that lead though. Hey, a 494 engine and just sitting in the car. Word up. I'll take that. I think the mini bike engine's pretty good. Honestly, like on console, you don't need much. Like, we're capped out at like 10 meters a second. So, I mean, I think you can get away with like a level 200 something engine will get you that fast. So I may end up spending kind of like some of my money on just ammunition. Just try to save myself a bit of gunpowder. Mechanical parts. I almost want to buy some, but I'm not sure if I need them. Oh, he's got a ton of electrical parts. I did just like scoop up like almost 500 though the other day, so I'm probably good. I can't really see much that he has that I want. Oh, I won't be able to sell him any painkillers. Dude, you gotta sell these off, man. I sold him those painkillers a long time ago, and he hasn't gotten rid of them yet. Those Magnum rounds, I'll buy those. So I'll probably just buy the Magnum and 7.62 rounds off of him. How much you buy this engine for that I just found in your parking lot? That's 780 bucks. I probably should have repaired those night vision goggles. They would have been worth a lot more. Oh well. Man, these hazmat pants are worth $2,000. That's nuts. Can I scrap from this menu? I cannot. So I can't sell him the painkillers. I can sell him the blood draws though, right? Yeah. Those blood draw kits are amazing. They sell so well. So we're good there. We made $11,000. So yeah, I'm definitely gonna buy his ammo here. Come on. And it wasn't this menu, was it? I'm not worried about the 9mm. I've got quite a bit of that, and it doesn't really cost too much to make. But 7.62 and 44 rounds cost quite a bit to make. Bartering 70. One more, or not one more, but I guess I kind of see it as one tier. So when we get up to 80, we'll be able to put our point into Secret Stash. That'll be the last one for that. And that'll just like give him like a chance of having better items in here and stuff like that. Already pretty good stuff though. Get yourself set up. Early game. Get your Secret Stash up. This is a good way to go.
Thank you, Survivor. Check back soon. I get new merchandise daily.
You do not get new merchandise daily. You get new merchandise every 3 days. Don't lie to me. He's a nice guy, but it's not being entirely honest there. Hey, lady. Good thing about corpses right around the trader is you don't have to clean them up. They just disappear. Oh, thing to remember about that, you'll want to loot them before they disappear. Is there... Oh, he did follow me. So let's bring him over. Just do a clear space, make sure his body doesn't land on anything. Oh. Boop. Just disappears. It's a good time. Oh, jeez. I opened that door into my face. Not the best way. You buy this?
I've been expecting you.
Cool. Thanks, brother. Zombie just wanted to bring us one more thing to sell. Oh, come on, lady. Alright, well, get over into the designated area for corpse removal, so I don't need to, don't want to waste time on that. I should just take this thing with me. So where have we not been? Well, I was hoping we could just, like, uncover a new area while heading back to the base. We've kind of covered a lot of this stuff. Might just drive over here real quick. Wait, what is that? Oh, it's just like a house or something. Okay, yeah. Just drive over here to uncover a little bit more of that while we're making our way back to the base. Should I be stopping for these boulders? I should be stopping for these boulders. But I don't have any gas on me because I'm a noob. I don't even have my... I don't need the gas. I don't have an auger. Oh, I guess that works here. Just drop that. Oh, geez. What am I doing? I really am a noob. Wait, where's the trader at? I got that stuff in the bike here, right? Yeah, look at all this stuff. Act like I never played this game before. I would have been upset if he closed.
Welcome, Survivor. Feel free to look around.
Alright. Okay.
Y'all come back now.
For realsies. Excuse me, getting out of here. Go ahead and put that in the mini bike. Drop off the ammo I'm not using. Wait, where'd this leather duster come from? Oh yeah, he wouldn't buy that. That's where that came from. Oh, yeah, we might as well keep the money on us. Who knows? Maybe some zombie will be bringing us a little change. Okay. Forgot about that. You can't actually follow the gravel road right there. Which probably isn't too big of a deal until you're like running from, zombies at night or like a pack of dogs or something like that. Then you might be a little upset that the road does not let you drive on it. And that's so satisfying. I don't usually get my pickaxe leveled up like this. Most of the time I play, I just use an auger, and so I use it for everything. Recently, I've been really enjoying using a 600 pickaxe in my other game. It's very nice. Doing stuff like this is just going to make sure that I don't have to like set myself a mine up for like lead or anything. I've been trying to kind of get stocked up on like lead and nitrate this way. I really lucked out when I went mining in the desert the other day and ran into a huge nitrate supply down there. Once again, like reaffirming my belief that the desert is the greatest biome in the game. Man, these boulders are a lot more spread out in the burnt forest. Kind of hyped that there's so many right next to each other. Okay, I'll grab this one and make my way back to my bike. Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of fertilizer. And I don't need to grab that just yet. It's really easy to stock up on fertilizer. But just uncovering sections of the map like this is extremely helpful. Alright. And I'm going to kind of keep an eye on the time here. Right now, I do not have to worry about zombies. I can just chop down some of these boulders. Even if they decide to come my way, I can just kind of run around them. But I don't want to have to be dealing with a ton of zombies that are running at me. That is a really good grip for a Magnum, but I did just find a 600. What did the rocks... Oh, the rocks contain? So if you can see on the right-hand side of the screen, whenever I hit these, you'll see a bunch of resources pop up. So you have iron, stone, lead, coal, and nitrate. So these are just general purpose resource boulders. They come with a little bit of everything, except for oil shale. But yeah, you get a little bit of everything that you need. So early game, those things are super fantastic. Takes a while to chop them down with your beginning stone axe, but it's a fantastic way to get some resources stocked up for yourself. As for adding to other resources, oops, totally missed that one. Yeah, so I'm just getting little bits here and there, coal, nitrate, lead. Yeah, I'll just like add it to my supplies back at the base. Okay, I need to kind of get back on track. I'm just like wandering off here. It's pretty much where I wanted to head to. Nitrate? Yes and no. Like you can use nitrate with either the human turds or the rotting flesh to create fertilizer. So you can mix it with that, make your own fertilizer, which you would use in the garden. But what I've been doing most is just coming out to the burnt forest, because you can just find fertilizer in the ground, and that frees up all of my nitrate for making gunpowder. Yeah, fertilizer just takes forever to make, even with like high crafting skills and things like that. It just takes forever. All right, 1930. Oh yeah, see, there's some fertilizer right here. If I were to dig this up, you have like a percentage chance to get a like a fertilizer back from each of those blocks you dig up. So while not a guarantee, it's a reasonably high chance. Like, if I come out here and started like digging through all this, like this is all fertilizer as well, I would probably walk out of that little patch with like maybe 5 or 6 at least, digging all the way up to there. So they are pretty easy to come by. Ring around the boulder here. It kind of looks like the end of the road. That chicken is just kind of hanging out there. Chicken's going for a swim. Oops, I probably just set myself on fire again. Another POI. Ugh, up the hill. Tiny little island. I had somebody, it was like when I was streaming on YouTube, that was talking about a little island base they were building. I thought that would be a lot of fun. And I'm starting to think, like, the other game that I have going on, I'm building on top of a hill, which would probably teach me a few lessons about how you would build on an island. You'd have to navigate some of the same issues with zombies being able to dig up the ground underneath you. Cool. I think that was a good uncovering of area. Just give me a little bit better of an idea what's over on this side. And there are so many boulders. Is that dog still following us? I don't know. I want to get these. Keep an eye out though. I know that dog's it's very close. Got my pistol at the ready. It is loaded. Just want to like get a few more of these because it's about to be nighttime, so I'm not gonna, like I said, I'm not gonna mess around with this at night. I'm just gonna head back to the base and then yeah, start throwing down frames, see what we can figure out for a horde defense. I'll probably grab up the rebar because anything that I decide to do up on top for the horde defense is going to be in concrete. I'm a little bit nervous about leaving any exposed adobe since I have it, which is basically going to be the floor of the horde defense. So I want to put concrete on top of it so it's not exposed that way. It's just that the concrete just has way more hit points. I think Adobe has 1,000 hit points, and concrete has, or like the reinforced concrete has like 6,000 hit points. Man. The red dot that pops up on the right of the screen. Oh, the little symbol in the top right corner. It's kind of just like spiraling. That, like this one right here, but red instead of like a tannish color. It's that is the game loading the area that I'm driving into. The one with the tan ring around it is the game saving. So it automatically saves as you go. And yeah, the red one is when it's trying to load the things in front of me. But you can easily outpace the game's ability to load on console here. You start driving on the mini bike, and before you know it, the game is just like, wait, hold on, I gotta load, stop. Oh yeah, this is the place that I wrenched down that radio tower. How much time do we got? We got 10 in-game minutes. But yeah, there was basically a huge radio tower right there. It looked just like this one here. It was just like 2 or 3 times as big. It's rather large. Oh, and here they come. Back to the bike! Back to the bike! Run! Sweet. We are safe. And that's pretty much why I don't play on Always Run. Like, Always Run, like I said before, is kind of interesting, but a lot of times it's just annoying. And like, anytime you want to stop and do anything, you have to fight like a ton of zombies. Because they'll just run you down. I like having that space in the daytime where I can kind of just do like what I was just doing, you know, stop and like gather up some boulders without much fuss. And just like head back once the night falls. They can't catch me on my super fast bike. My 10 meters a second blazing speed here. Definitely got a few good resources today. Let's see. All the town zombies are going to be coming for us. But yeah, super excited. We got the second entrance sorted out now. So we're good there. Hey, zombie. Well, I mean, they are at the construction site. I do kind of need to make sure that they don't mess anything up over here. What do you mean I got stunned? I hit him first. At least in my book, I hit him first. Okay. Hopefully that was it. There's no one down here, is there? No, cool. And yeah, I don't feel like picking up any of those remains. Oi, oi, oi! Where'd you come from? You're not alone, are you? No, you're not. Woo! She was tricky. She tried to swing around on me. Ham sandwiches. Oops. Alright. Oh, there he is. Thought I heard somebody. I might as well pick up this junk, why not? Yeah, so not too bad. Like 500 each of the coal, nitrate, and lead. Looks like 1700 iron. Nearly a stack, like nearly a full stack of stone, so those boulders really do pay out. Cool. Make a quick trip to the base, because I'm sure my dude is hungry and thirsty. He is always hungry and thirsty. Yeah. I think I already took the rebar over there, so we're good on that. And I can just start looking around at what we got going on. Oh wait, we don't have anything else in here, do we? Yeah, actually we have a lot of stuff in here. All that can go back inside. Engine. It's a pretty nice engine. Like, it was just sitting in the back of a car. Just hanging out, waiting for us. I'm gonna take a few more repair kits over to the base with me. I just have a feeling that I'm gonna need them. I used quite a bit on that last mining trip, and I don't know if I actually restocked. Oh, there it is. One of these days I really got to go through my gun chest. It's getting a little overstocked here. Nice. Yeah, we're doing pretty good. I got 93,000 gold, and I don't really know what I'm going to do with it. Might as well just throw another half stack into the forge, right? Definitely the thing with stone forges I've learned is just kind of always keep them going. Alright, we'll just put that in there. You know, what day is it? It's 123. We had the last Horde night on 119, right? Okay, so we still got like 3 days. But I do need... Oh, here we go. Here's, I guess the 2 birds with 1 stone idea. I need to go clear out those trees from around the Horde defense that I'm using right now, because zombies were totally getting caught up in that. And that was a little frustrating. It's like they're right there, but I can't get to them. So just like clear out these trees real quick and it should be good. I really need to put some lights up there one of these days. Or do I? Like, do I really though? Now that I think about it, it's like, I'm actually like just about to start on my Horde defense for like my actual base. Like, I should probably stop putting resources into this one. I could have stayed with cobblestone. I think cobblestone would have worked this whole time. It would have been far less resource intensive. It's like, to be completely honest, that defense right there is pretty much all you need. Can't really see a need for having anything more. So the rest of it's just for funsies. Don't sacrifice the lights. Oh, you're saying, like, don't sacrifice them to a base that I'm not going to be using? That's kind of what I'm thinking. Oh, I guess I could have left that bush. I don't have to get rid of everything, just anything they can kind of get hung up on. Oh man, that tree was damaged. Either I damaged it or a zombie did. I mean, we are right here. And I do keep talking about my need for resources and the fact that I keep leaving all of these boulders just sitting here. Yeah, one thing that I should do on the YouTube stream, I need to add this bridge. I need to put this onto my Horde defense because I hate having the. I've just got a ladder attached to the side of one of my 50 or 100 pillars, and it looks awful, and it's a pain in the butt to deal with. Look at all these boulders! Oh my gosh, I can't stop. Like, even down here, all the way down to the water. Oh look, see there's an island right there. Have I uncovered that? Oh yeah, I have. That would be cool, because it's a snow biome. That would be a really cool place to build a base. And have the whole island, and it's all snowy. Interesting. And it's like right here at the place where I'll have all of my crafting materials and stuff. Like I don't have to travel all the way to the other side of the map just to do it. Like it couldn't be like a huge base, but it would. It looks like it could be big enough. Whoa. It's like 120 days into the game and I'm just now getting this area cleared out. To be fair, this wasn't my first town. I started in a different town and then found this one later. It's like, oh, this one's way better. Yeah, see, like they actually spawn way back here. Like I have zombies get stuck in like the trailer park over there as well. I should have looked at how much wood I had when I came out here. To kind of get a better idea of how much I've gained. What are we up to? 3,300? Maybe I did leave all the wood in the base. Oh yeah, I threw it in the forge. Oh, check it out. There's a boulder that I never got back to. A duffel bag? What do you mean? Let me check the duffel bag. I mean, we might as well take them with us, right? Another 4 a.m. Probably about time to head back. This should be good. I don't really get caught up on these, but We'll have a nice clear path now. Like, there's a couple little things over there, like some trash and stuff, but they should be pretty good. Really tempting to cut that tree farm down. Like I am out here currently swinging my axe. Got like 4,000 off of that. Oh man, I can't be helped. Let's go. Let's just go. So I should... Well, actually no, I'm probably gonna need to start crafting redwood blocks again soon. Because I think the lower portion of the Horde defense is going to be concrete, like entirely. Like just concrete, steel, like the walls, everything. So just in case of cop explosions, no matter where they happen, everything should be fine. But the upper level, I could probably get fancy with like some wood blocks and stuff, because they should be completely protected from any damage. If the design works, if the design actually works, we'll be all right. It's kind of funny. You can't see the catwalk that leads off of the base there. Like I really enjoy having distant terrain on, but it's the render distance for objects like that is not super great. So a lot of times you cannot see. Like my what was it, the Nemesis playthrough that I put up on YouTube? That base was so large I couldn't see it from end to end. If I was on one end of the base, I could not see the other one. So it was interesting. It's kind of interesting. I had to load in the area as I walked through the base. That base was super fun to work on though. Alright, there's a few more here. We'll be the tree masters. Yeah, I've been kind of putting this off for a little bit. It's so easy to get caught up in the building process. Oops. But yeah, this seems to do me alright. I've definitely had much larger tree gardens, and it's, you know, it's super nice. You just get like a ton of wood all at once. But I mean, what are we looking at here? Nearly, I'd say like probably about 22,000 or so from the 25 trees. You made a catwalk from metal ladders in water once. Interesting. That would be really interesting looking. So can you rotate them so that they're laying down horizontally? I've never really, like, I haven't really messed with ladders too much. I just kind of put them up. That's really interesting though to use them that way. Cool. Back to the base. You know what? Here, let's do this first. From your fort to the battle fort? That's really cool. Yeah, I haven't ever really built in water. It's something I would like to explore. I may have to make my first foray into the water building, I guess, over at the that little island out there. See what we can do with that. Can you build a tree garden that surrounds an integral garden of other items? Oh, an internal garden of other items. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, you can plant, basically you can plant right next to the trees. Like, trees themselves have to be 3 spaces apart. Like, you can't just put trees next to each other. But, you can plant other plants there. Like, right next to them, in between them. That's how I used to run a garden at one of my really old bases. I just put gardens, or I guess plant gardens in there with the tree farm, right in between the rows. Ah, yes, yes. Okay. Is that good? So, like, the whole fence and back area... Let me go ahead and take this out as well. Okay, so if they do spawn in the trailer park still, they shouldn't really have anything to get caught up on, right? Cool. So that should be good. Now they should all be able to run over there. Let me get rid of this. Okay. But yeah, as far as, you know, the gardening goes, if I were to, like, break these blocks out, like, I just have this down so you can tell the spacing super easy. You can just, like, walk through. But yeah, I could actually just break all of these blocks out, till the soil, and, I mean, you could fill this whole thing with, whatever you wanted to. The only spacing you need to have is for, the trees themselves. Oh, look. Boulder's just hanging out here all by its lonesome. Kind of, gather that up and take it home with us real quick. You sit by the cozy fire. Cool. We can throw all the wood that we just got in there. Oh yeah, the hunting rifle parts I found on that dude. Let's see. Lead, iron. Oh yeah, coal and nitrate goes in here. I gotta spread all this stuff out. I don't like having everything so cramped up in here like that. Need more chests for all of this. And I should just turn all of these jam sandwiches into moldy bread. But it's just like, with that poppin' pills in town, like, I don't think I really need to make antibiotics. Like, I think I'm probably good on those. And my stone. Ah, why not? Throw some more in here. Forever running this thing. Sure, why not? Oh wait, no, that one's full. Oh, how much glass do we have? We have glass, lead. Oh, so we're good on most things in there. Tools and everything are fine. I picked up a few repair kits. We have gas and the rest of what we need at the other base. I don't feel like running concrete just yet. Do we need anything out of here? That I can think of. Oh! Food and water. Where are we at? Yep, need them both. And we gotta hurry, because the screamer is, probably on her way. One more. Do it! Drink it! think our fog has just rolled in. Yep, alright. I got that 207 wellness cap. So, working our way up. Oh, here we go. I was like, did I drive by it? So kind of bummed. Gonna have to try to sort out all the spacing and stuff up here with the fog playing a huge role in what we can and cannot see. Still not sure what I want to do about this. I am considering extending these. I can't extend the. I don't want to extend the room because that pillar is centered already. I guess I could move it over, but I have to move the entrance over and I have to move that. Okay, so we're not going to extend the room, but I do want to do something with this because I think this needs some more support. There's kind of a wide gap in there. Alright, what do we got? Let's grab the auger. Okay, we still had a good amount of repair kits here. Some gas. Many frames. We'll grab a bunch of things because I'm not sure exactly what I'm going to use just yet. I shouldn't need to craft anything right now. Yeah, I think that's it. Okay, cool. Okay. So, this is space that we are working with. I've just now realized that I may have to take all those frames down. The reason that I'm thinking about that... Alright, so... man. Long explanation, in a way. This base, or this pit, I guess, is equal on all sides, right? But because of the mini bike ramps that I put in, like the entrances with the drawbridges, these are 4 wide. Everything is based off of an odd number so that there's an actual center point, which I do need to mark here. And so to make things balance as well as I could, I stacked these frames all the way up and removed 1 block from the back wall so that it would work out with the mini bike entrance. But now that I want to use this whole space for the Horde defense, I'm kind of thinking that all needs to go so that I get back to having an equal amount of space on all sides. Does that make sense? Am I just making stuff up here? Okay, so I need to mark this. Oh, dang it, I've got a light there. That's right, I got that light. What can we do here? The easiest way to mark it is like directly underneath. I guess I could just count it. Well, I guess I could just count it out up top. And wasting 1 light is not too big of a deal, honestly. Just trying to reduce my waste here. So we know this is the center already. Let's do this. Let's go ahead. Let's lay out our center line. Oh, you know, it's a fantastic idea. If I count these as I go. So I'm at 333 frames. And that'll tell me how long this whole thing is, and they should be equal on all sides, so it will be the same. We're at 46. This would be 47, right? So we're looking at 24th block. So 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 22, 23, 24. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Okay. So that is the center of the base. And I will end up doing this a lot of times, and just kind of leaving these out while I'm working, just so I always know where my center lines are at. I probably don't need it on this side as well, but we're just going to go ahead and get ourselves set up here. And I do need to count these as well, just to make sure everything matches up. 10, 11, 12, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Cool. Alright, so yeah, this is the center. Now, if I want all of this to be even, yeah, I'm absolutely going to have to take all those back frames down. That's fine. This was kind of my guideline for myself, having these few frames here. So this is going to be, I guess, where I was planning on the uppermost portion of the Horde defense floor being, because I was going to use ramps. Then I have 5 spaces for pillars, and then the floor, the ceiling slash floor for the next area. Okay. Come on now, jump. What we need to do is like, man, how is this gonna work? Because I want to put a walkway down here. Because if I can put a walkway down here, I can throw pillars around the edges, and then I'll have a place for myself to be. I won't probably use that during the Horde, but it's like as a just in case type of thing if I need to get down there. I'd rather use the portion that'll be above. But I need to decide on how wide I want that to be, right? Because this space right here is already taken, like all the way down. This is already taken because this is a wall. I need to figure out what I want to do with that. Do I want to leave myself like a 3 gap and then the pillars here, right? So that would give me a good amount of space to kind of back up. If I had a cop explode, like if he were up against the pillars and he exploded, I would die. 3 gap is not far enough. But I don't want to eat up a ton of space. This area isn't the Horde defense, it's the level above it. It's going to be, oops, I didn't mean to run there. It's going to be like multi-tiered, right? So this will be kind of where the zombies actually are. They're going to be running around in this space here. I'm trying to block this area off so that I have, like I could actually put my access points here through that area. And then where I've got this other frame up here, we'll start the floor for the area above, and that's where I'm actually going to be standing. And I do need it to kind of hang out over the bottom a little bit. In a sense, like, yeah, to have them fall, that isn't, I guess, like, the most important thing that I'm going for here. It will do some damage to them. If I wanted to have like a free fall pit set up, I would have made this much deeper. But I was kind of wanting to see what I could get away with making it more shallow. And that's why I'm really gonna need to have like a good setup for the spikes and things like that, so they actually take a significant amount of damage. Okay. So this is what we'd kind of be looking at, right? If I made this my setup for the lower portion, I would have this much space available to use as a horde defense, or a place that I could actually fight the zombies. I was almost thinking about dividing this a little bit. Excuse me. What if I did have hallways that went down right here? And the pillars that ran, it would only be like a one wide gap, but I don't think that's going to be necessary. It would allow me to gain access to other portions of the horde defense a bit more quickly, I believe, but I don't think that's really necessary. What I was thinking of here is like having a like a ladder system and kind of a like center tower setup, so I could have something over the top that I could look down on. Through these tunnels or hallways. They shouldn't, because like the hallways themselves should be blocked off. They should be like blocked off with pillars, and so like they won't actually be able to get into here unless they manage to break them, but they don't really do that. But this, if I did the central tower here, that would, like, I could put that center support column. It'd make it a little bit difficult to get through, like driving the mini bike down there if I wanted to go through the center. But it would give me access to the top right here. And because I have a feeling, here's something I've been thinking about. If I have my walkway right around the edge, the zombies may sense me and not actually walk over the edge to get into the pit itself. And at which point I was thinking, like, yeah, I could run around the edges here, you know, kind of work them in, make them fall into the pit. But if I had a center tower right here, then they would just run over the edge trying to get to me, right? I don't think this space has to be super massive. I could probably afford to put in the tower. Not really be too worried about losing very much. I mean, look at that. Even with this hallway spaced out here, that's still a large space. And this is only 1/4. There's only 1/4 of it. So I'm just trying to figure out what it's going to look like. And then the rest is just like a duplication of that. Right? So that, if you look at that, like, that is a ton of floor space. There's so much that I can do with this space right here. I am kind of digging the tower idea. Man, I would really like to be able to connect it to the hallway that I'll actually be in. The only issue with that is if I create a tower and like a tunnel that connects them, the zombies will be able to get on top of those tunnels. Like they'll be able to walk right on top of them. You can build up in those other spaces, which is interesting. Oh, jeez. Oh, that's really good to know. Okay, how do we do this? So there's I didn't even think about it, structural integrity issue. There's no support below this, so that's as high as I can build in that area, and it's not high enough to get to the top. So if I do want to make tunnels that connect to the outer wall, I have to find some way to support them. This thing would have to be right here. Oops. Okay. So yeah, me stacking the frames up to for the center right there, since there's no support right here, it will not work. So I have some ramp frames in here. 27. Okay. Come on, game. Man, that makes it super tight. Yeah, I probably wouldn't be able to drive by here anymore. But it's like I would really like it to have that much support. Seems like this whole center thing would be supported all the way up. So, yeah, if I did something like that, this would all be supported because I would have a door right here, and I'd have the ladder in the center, which the ladder, I do believe, would grant full support. So then this structure right here would just be completely solid all the way to the top of the base. Kind of kills my ability to drive through right here, but not necessarily, a bad thing. I could make this like the parking area, right? Then I can just walk into whatever room. I'm not a huge fan of how much space this takes up in the obstruction of my view this direction. Not too big a fan of that. But when I enter the base, if I need to drive around, like I can... Zombies, I do not have time for this. I can drive around everything else. Hmm. Can you make the support wide enough to drive through it? I mean, I possibly could, but I need the support to be solid underneath this. Oh yeah, I don't have any support in the center. I should have filled it up. There we go. So because I don't have the ladders there... Oh, it actually allowed me to get higher now, though, because of the blocks surrounding it. That's plenty high. Oops. My only issue is, like, if I want to connect this stuff, it's not going to work. So I could build the center tower, but I couldn't really... I don't think I would be able to connect it to the upper portion of the base. I don't have the iron bars on me. I needed to check their max load capacity. I forget, I think you can stack 16 without any supports. Or like, you know, connect them end to end. Man, that almost knocked me off. This is as high as I can build to without adding any additional support underneath. It's not quite high enough. It is interesting. I kind of really like the idea of having that center tower here. Because I would make it, at least this part, you know, I would do this all the way up, you know, keep the same style for the tower. And then it would just open up once you get to the top. Okay, so the tower is doable. There are issues with it. I could only connect it through the center of the base. I don't know if I'd be able to connect it to the walkway up there. It's because like this whole section is hollowed out. There's nothing supporting it underneath. And I'm not a super huge fan of this whole view being blocked. Yeah, I don't know. I'll leave this here. I'm gonna kind of sit on this idea for a minute. I do want to check one more thing though. Can I... Hold up. Okay, so the light takes up a space. Cool. So like filling this in with frames, it's basically the same as having a ladder in there. Now it should be fully supported all the way to bedrock. Interesting. That is about as high as I can build there for some reason. So, I do think it's an interesting idea. But with me having hollowed out the whole center here, it may not work. So I'm going to think on it for a little bit. Mainly kind of want to focus on getting the walls figured out for the Horde defense. Because if I get this sorted out the way I want, and like the spikes, how I want to set those up, then we'll be good. We can set up this whole lower portion, right? And then I can start moving all of my stuff to my base, so I can actually use this as a crafting base as well. So let's just start looking at it. Wood frame ramps. I know I brought all of those rebar things with me, but that should be good for now. Don't want to waste any on accident. And I do not mind if I waste some wood frames. Because I also want to set this up so that I can, fight zombies down here. Like, I don't want to be up in the upper walkway the whole time. So I have to figure out how I want to do that, right? Like, how do I access from, or gain access from the top to the bottom, and then make my way out to the Horde defense itself? Which kind of makes a good argument for having something here in the center where I can come out from underneath. Because I don't want to compromise the hallway, right? So I want to put like pillars all the way around so that the zombies can't get in there. Well, if I put a door somewhere, that kind of compromises it. But this is going to be 5 blocks high, right? So we'll have our pillars like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We can make that, right? Yeah, we're good. So we could even put the door up here. Just have like a section that's just solid, like solid concrete blocks with a door on top. We can put a ladder on a couple of those maybe. I don't know. I don't know how I want to work that out. Because I'm pretty sure if I put a door somewhere, like right here, the zombies would just run straight for it. Even if I were like standing on the other side and this was the only door that I had out there, I think they would just run straight for it. I could put a door on all 4 sides, like lessen the traffic to each one, but I would pretty much just be monitoring doors the entire time, making sure the zombies weren't going to it. So that needs to be worked out. I don't know if I'm going to do this or not. That kind of dictates the spacing we have available for spikes. Wait, what are these? Oh, these are 100 pillars? I can't even use those. What a noob. Can you make wooden 50 pillar frames? Is that a thing? I don't think it's a thing. Adobe, you can make cobblestone and then concrete. You cannot make... Okay. I was almost wondering, what if we laid down the pillars diagonally, right? To create that space this direction. This all has a lot more support underneath it. I would have to dig or not dig, but... Hey, wait, is the sky red? What day is it? 123? No, we're good, right? Yeah, we're good. I looked up and it looked a little red. I was like, oh, is today Horde Day? Is that happening now? No, we're good. But yeah, if I had diagonal tunnels that met up with that, the support would probably work out a lot better. Would that work though? It makes me kind of nervous. Like, so basically what I'm thinking is about setting up a one wide pillar hallway that would get me to this center section and have a door on each of those. I don't really see how that would help though. Right? Because then it would just be sealed off on all sides. Man, that is a huge issue. How do we get from our protected space into the zombie area? And that sounds like a ridiculous question, especially from a zombie survivalist standpoint. It's like, how do we get into the zombie area? Because I do want to be able to run around and fight them a bit. And this will be enough space. Like, this is a pretty good amount of space. I wouldn't want to be in that small of a space with, like, you know, dogs, cops, and ferals and all that coming right at me. But with that only being 1/4 of the space, that is a lot of space to work with. So we might even be able to like extend that bottom portion. I think we have an extra space. It's pretty easily dealt with though. One, two, 1, 2, 3, 4. I think I want... Oh, come on now. Work with me here. So that's the floor. Ugh. I hate doing this. I always feel like I'm gonna fall off. Okay. 1, 2, 3 pillars. 1, 2. Your hands are sweating. Yeah. Luckily this isn't too far of a fall. It's really nerve-wracking when it's like, 30, 40 meters down. I also have to think about type of materials I'm using and their weight. Okay. Okay, so this is kind of what I'm thinking. So I've got a 3 wide gap. We'll have 50 pillars down there, keeping that area safe. That's mainly just so I can patrol the bottom portion if I need to. I'm gonna have to put some type of... That'll be where my access point is down there somewhere. But then the upper portion, I want to have this. This is going to be solid. This is going to be like the roof for that area and also the floor for this one. But right out here, I'm going to switch to iron bars. Is that a zombie? Anyone else hear that? Maybe not. Alright, so right here, I want to switch to do like 2 rows of iron bars. And then, I know this is like a full block, but I want to have iron bars come up to here. And then I believe I'm going to have a solid... Yeah, this whole top part's going to be solid so the zombies can't see me. The iron bars won't meet that. They won't meet a solid block. I can't do iron bars in front. Horizontally, sure, no issues. I need this. Leave that stack there. Ah! Okay, we're good. And see, like, this will be high enough, like this section right here with the pillars and everything, that losing this much space with the upper level isn't going to matter. Because the zombies will fall down in here, and then they can run over this way if they need to. But that's why I need to have iron bars right here, so that I can shoot down at them when they're just like pressed up against the pillars or something. I have to have some way to deal with them. I think I figured out how to make this work. I have to go grab my iron bars though. How do I get back down into my base? Yeah, I don't think I like this. It's all up in my space. Because I like the view from one end of the hallway to the other. Like being able to see all the way down there is really nice. I mean, I could probably do some glass blocks, but there'd be like a steel door here. The corners would have to be some type of non-glass. So, I don't know, you might be able to see a little bit, but not much. Nope, it's not a keeper. If I'm looking at it like this, and it's just right here, not too bad. I can drive through pretty easily. Hold up. I guess I don't need the mini bike light on here. Well, the fog doesn't really help. But yeah, when I get to right here, you can still make it, but it's kind of just, I don't know, it just seems all bulky and awkward. Can say not a fan currently. May need to look at it some more. Oh, good. Good. I have the iron bars here. I thought I was going to have to run back to the other base. Is there any other way that we can test this, though, without having to waste iron bars? Not that I can think of. Alright, let's go. There's probably another block that sits the same as an iron bar. Maybe there's, like, glass panes or something. I don't know. Alright. Here's what I want to know. We'll have... from the top. Make a few of these real quick. Oh, that's right. You can't make a wood frame wedge tip. It's just like a what is it under? Is it under? Yeah, wood wedge tip. Here we go. Okay, so this is kind of looking at what this should look like up here. It's like wooden block, wooden block, wooden block. Not counting for the wall. So yeah, it's just 1, 2, 3. We'll have the solid block where the pillars are, which this is probably where I would put that. Right there. Sorry, iron bars. I gotta do it. I gotta see how this works. The reason I use the wedge ramps is because the iron bars will butt up right next to them. Not that rotation, you go one more, drops it down so they line up right on there. I mean, I guess we can, well, I gotta see how this looks. So we're gonna put 2 here. And then I need to make that turn. Like, I need to make that turn. And this is what I was talking about, them not meeting up. Like, no matter how I rotate these, I am not going to be able to make it, like, you know, stand. Come on now. Like, they just won't meet in any way. Okay. So, I was thinking, what if I did something like that, right? It's a little bit awkward. I'd still be able to see down, and then however I decided to place these, which it would probably be this direction here, I'd be able to shoot over them, because they're going to be 3 high. That still seems a little low, though. Is there another way to do this? No, that doesn't even make sense. Would that work, though? Because it kind of hangs over a little bit. Just a touch. But from my perspective here, I'd be able to see down. I guess I'd probably end up having to hop up there. How can we do this? So I don't think I really like this idea. Because at a certain point, if we make this walkway, we're going to have to make this corner, right? So I wanted to continue it. Yeah, it would sit this way. And then we'd have this space right here to kind of deal with. I mean, they've kind of got the inner corner, but that's more set up to line up with ramps. Doesn't quite line up with these. Not too terrible of a deal, I guess. We could kind of make that work, I think. It would just look a bit awkward. Do I have... Let me grab a couple of these. And grab a couple more of these. Let's just play around with some blocks here and see what we got. we could do... That would just be weird, because we'd still have the bars coming this way and wrapping around, so that would be the inner corner of that. It would look pretty good from the outside, I think. Let's just set that there for a second so we can look at it. I think it would look alright from the outside. I don't know if that would be a little strange on the inside. Then to have, like, the... Let's just do it. Iron bars going around this way. I'm not going to do the second row. That's super, super wasteful. This is already, like, really wasteful. So you would actually then have an open space here, which I don't really like. And I guess I could crouch and shoot underneath. How can we do this? Okay, so I don't like that. I don't think I really like these. A cone shape? Put it back, put it back. It's hard to tell which direction this is facing when it's just a frame. I think that's right. But yeah, so that's how that works with, you know, the ramp frames. It meets up, you know, that's the design of it. It's supposed to meet up that way. That was 5 switches ago. I can't keep up. You're so fast. Yeah, I've changed the design like 6 times already. Okay, so that does work. It does work. My only issue is I don't like it. Because if I'm walking here, the idea is to be able to shoot down below my feet. But when I get to right here, it's just going to be blocking my view unless I step up here. Now, another issue, which we'd probably just solve with a solid corner block, is you can't have these meet up on a corner either. So if I place this here, and then this one over here, like they don't actually meet up. Yeah. Can I raise the ramp? Raise this up? I'd almost thought, okay. So, man, this is adding so much to that though. But then if I had the iron bars here, I would actually have a little bit of space to walk on. Oh my gosh. Wait, hold up. I need some concrete. I have an idea. I don't know if it'll work, but we have ideas. Ah! Oh, jeez, don't hit the glass. I'm just all over the place. I'm like, we gotta go. We gotta go now. I hadn't started moving any of the concrete over because I was like, oh, it's gonna be a while before I need it. I'm like, I need it now. We need this like at this very moment. There's like there's a couple of blocks that I might be able to make with the concrete that might make this work a bit better. Thank you. Okay, we're not making any in there at the moment. I shouldn't need much. I'll just take a little bit with me. How's this thing doing? Fabulous. Just keep that rolling. Okay, that should be good. Oh, you know what? I bet dude's hungry. Let me check. I always forget. He's been down there for like 2 days or something. He probably needs something to eat. I'll just top them off. Alright. Give me this. I'm gonna take some of this with me. I'm gonna take that. Alright, let's go. Hey, 207. We're getting there. Sorry, Chrysanthemum. No time. There are ideas. We got ideas. We gotta go. Not sure if this is gonna work, but we are gonna try it. And if it does work, oh my gosh. Problem solved. All will be well. I haven't even used my new entrance yet. It's all done. It's, I don't come from that side too often. Well, I guess when I go desert mining or go to the trader, I always come from that direction, so that's not too bad. Okay. To the surface! Yeah, I really do have to, I really gotta figure out some, access points to the surface here. This is a bit much. Okay. So can we... Where's my concrete? Let me make one of those, and one of those. Oh, where... There's a concrete corner round top. Where's the... Okay, let me try that. Okay. Let's get rid of all... Oh. Probably put the bow back on. Let's get rid of some of these, wood blocks. I never did... Oops. I never did test out the wedge tips. I don't think they would do anything for me. Doesn't look like it. I could do that, I guess. Oh, sorry about that. My phone's like, hey, now's a good time to restart. Okay. Can we do this? No, because then I can't do... I could do a solid block there. Hold up, let me put that down. Let me make some more of these. Quarter blocks, you may be my best friend right now. We can do one there. Get that out of here. We just do like a solid block. Like that in the corner. Honestly, I wonder if I can get away with a, how would a ramp look? Look the same on the outside as the inside. What? I don't know, that's not as important. It doesn't really matter. This is what I need to know. Oh my goodness, yeah, that's not gonna work. Okay. So quarter block is a no-go. Where's our pickaxe? We got other options. Those 3,000 hit points, though. Eighth block's not going to do me any good. Alright, what do we have here for rotations? I think it's going to create the same problem that I was dealing with earlier if I do it that way. Oh, let me look at this. The only reason I was thinking about that, here, I'll just throw it down, is because it's sloped here, it would decrease the amount of line of sight that I would lose. And then see, like that fits right up there. So then I would have access to that view as well as just like shooting this way. Since the corner doesn't go all the way out, it kind of helps. But now you have the corner issue because there is no block in this game that will butt up against two of those. It's not a thing. Let me make a couple more of these real quick. I really should go grab my auger. Extend the horizontal panel. This piece here, you say? Oh geez, that was it. There it is. To the right. Oh, this side, you say? Now that is not too bad. It does leave a small space in the corner where they don't quite meet each other. But yeah, these bars, if this is what I end up working out, these bars will be extended. I'm just trying to cut down on the bars I'm using just for the model. But yeah, they'll be extended too wide all the way around here. I guess I could throw some frames down as representation of that, right? Oh. So the iron bars would go out to this point. Okay, so this, alright, kind of interesting. It basically fills this space. It might, no, it meets up. Like, it would look fine from underneath, I believe. The only thing is, like, we have to figure out how we're going to make it work with the roof, right? So this is an interior corner that I'm placing in this, and that's kind of an awkward way of using this because it's normally, I would believe, to use the round on the exterior corners. Ugh, my parkour skills have failed me. Alright, here we go. Alright, we're good. Alright, so I am about to waste some bars, and I'm not super excited about that. Okay. So that would be the one side, other side being exactly the same. With the roof. How do you work this? How do you work this? See, that would cap it off to the inside. But how... Because I don't want it to be round all the way. Because basically what you would end up doing is this right here. And I'm just like wasting a ton of resources. Let's just go for it, I guess. I believe that's the direction we're looking for. Okay. So it would kind of end up being something like that, right? So this would be the front-facing side. Right there. This is a whole lot of doing just to test out to see if I like the way this looks. Just like you don't have access to these blocks in any other form, so kind of just gotta test them out in concrete. I don't think that first rotation is it, though, is it? Yeah, it's this one right here. So that's pretty much what it would look like. That's interesting, it's like round on the bottom, flat on the top, but the interior would be the reverse. Which brings me to another issue. Right? So this needs to be covered. This has to be covered. And if I put any other block up against it like that... jump. It's not really going to work. I mean, it's not like terrible, but it doesn't meet up. But since this side is flat, right? Since this whole side is flat on the inside, I could possibly... Maybe I only need these rounded ones for the bottom. Just so that it kind of helps me see over, right? So just kind of see down right there, and then I would see the rest down from right here when I backed up. Because this is also going to be walking space. So I'll be able to see all of this space, and then right over there. This will allow me to shoot out over the rest of the area. So I'm wondering, can I just get away with square blocks in the corner right here? So it's going to look exactly the same on this side. And right here, it would meet up with the bars perfectly. And if I use square blocks along the top, then I would be able to use square blocks to connect back that away. And you wouldn't have this strange gap here. It's all very interesting, but I need to grab an auger. I have an auger, so we're just going to do this. What's connected here? Let's do this first. Because if I take this pillar out, this one, like this section will just fall off. And that'll save me some time. Let's repair this thing, for sure. Oh, we got gas. We got plenty of gas. Let's go. Oh, really? Like, really? Come now. Alright, come on. Everybody down. Everybody down. Into the pit. Into the pit. Kind of makes me consider reversing this. And so yeah, basically what they'll end up doing is walking along the top of that and then falling off of it down to here to meet up with me. Hey, you've still got legs. Congrats, bruh. Jump! Just kind of let you all make your way over here. And since I don't feel like taking the time to deal with these guys, I kind of club them up. Where are you going, dude? Let's just open some of this up. The zombies are way lost otherwise. Really, like, this is the best defense you can have, is just like a one high stack of frames. Or just a row of them, I guess. Best thing you could do for a base defense. Oi, oi. It's times like this, I wish I had my exploding crossbow bolts on me. Just like, get them all together. See, look at this. She has like a perfect way to get to me. It's just, I don't know, she's going for the frames. Going for the frames. Oh, that dude kept his legs. Like, during the day, that's not an issue. I don't have to worry about, you know, any of the zombies if they keep their legs. That's fine. Nighttime, though, that's what I need to be more aware. I'll help you out, lady. Another thing you have to watch out for is, if the bodies start stacking up down here, it's like, the zombies, if they land on a body, they don't take damage. Pretty sure that is the way it works. There's a lot of them not losing their legs. I think it's because they're hitting the frames over there, which means once I raise the floor up, they probably won't break their legs when they get down here. Get one more shot off. Man, they send so many. They send so many zombies in these wandering hordes. That dude is totally stuck on that frame. Quit breaking my stuff, man. No, it's just a wood frame, but I'd like it to remain. Okay, back to the club. I hear another zombie. It could, there's like a little shed just up there, so it could just be that guy. He's been there since the dawn of time. We might as well go and get our bladed weapons up, right? Well, cool. That is a lot of really handy stuff. I do not have room in my inventory for all these handy stuffs that you are dropping me. I keep trying to go in there. Okay. What can I drop? What can I drop? Don't really need that. The food and the water, I just dropped in there, so I got stuff to munch on while I am here. I can probably drop 1,000 of that concrete. Let me scrap those and those for now. Those and those. I don't think I'm going to use those at all. Okay. Good. I'm gonna get the abundance of goodness that is going on here. Oop. A lot of this stuff I will be just tossing out here in a moment. Just kind of doing the take all to save time. Scavenging is a 73. That's a good time. Oh, cool. You brought me some food. Very considerate of you, zombie. Man, 22 sham sandwiches already. It's intense. I mean, I guess I could just eat canned food while I'm over here, right? Save me from having to break into my own supplies. Ooh. Definitely take me a leather duster. This thing will sell amazingly well. Green hoodie. Oops, wrong one. Short iron pipe. Yeah, let me give those back. Don't need the green hoodie, but I will use the cloth. Let's grab those. Okay. Awesome. I think that's all of them. Nope, one more. Okay. Go ahead and drop those and that and that. Still hear that zombie just jumping away over there. Alright. And while I am down here and safe real quick, I need to use the restroom. So give me just a minute and I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. Thank you for your patience. Let's see here. Oh yeah, I came down here to drop all this junk off from the zombies. Well, some of it's not junk, right? The cat agrees. Meow. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I like that thing. It's just, it's too much in the way. But it might be kind of interesting to set up something like that in the center here. Not very tall, but just something that I can put some like spotlights in and have them protected. So if I could figure out a way to have them set in the corners and then, you know, shoot light in all four of these directions, I might not need to have too much more lighting in here. And that would be super nice. Alright, I was doing stuff. What was I doing? Oh yes, augering. So, definitely takes more hits, but it is a lot faster than the pickaxe. I guess it's kind of, maybe that's a good thing that I'm not using concrete in my other game, because I'd never be able to get rid of it. Take me forever if I had a lot to do like that. So if we do this, why didn't that one break? Oh, I see, I see. Hoop, jump. So then we'd have something like this instead. And we have another wandering horde. Come on, guys. You gotta work with me here. This might be a little more serious, though. No, get that. Oh, come on. The game is being, like, super laggy because of all the zombies right now. And me moving around in my menu is not working out very well, and I put my bandages away, it looks like. Okay. Well, as long as everyone keeps breaking their legs, we should be alright. Hey, level 140. Okay. This is why I never get anything done. Okay, so he hurt himself but didn't break his leg. I gotta deal with that right away. Oh, there's a spider. Where is he? No, I heard one. What are you breaking? Who's breaking stuff? I don't know, maybe it was... I don't know. Because there's a little POI right above where I'm at. And it is mostly made of wood, so maybe they were just breaking something up there. that's the case, this is going to take forever. If they're getting stuck up top there. Some of them are kind of just like running around. Alright, well, I can at least start cleaning things up. Let me put the pistol down there just in case. Oh, my bandages are right here. I'll just look right past them. If they ever make their way down here, then I'll deal with it. Oh, nice. Well, it's military fiber. Not gonna complain about that for sure. But I think I just started wearing my first military item. I think everything else is bandit gear. Might as well, right? Keeping that paper so I can keep the shotgun round production going. I don't know. I think the rest of them decided to avoid the pit and just run around, it seems like. I mean, good call. Definitely increases survivability chances. There are dogs. Oop, there it is. Need to get the animal hide. Sweet. And I'll just hold the animal hide in case some more dogs fall in. But if I don't see any more by the time I'm done cleaning this up, I'll just convert it to leather. Oh, do I not have space for the pills? Ah, whatever. We don't need that paper. It's super easy to find paper. I'm not worried. Two gunpowder, yeah. No. Cool. Oh, I do like the mess after cleaning up a bunch of bodies. I'm not picking up any of the animal fat, flesh, or bones, so this all hangs out there. Okay. Now, if we could please be left alone long enough to finish this. Oh yeah, jeez, I gotta close that up. Okay. Alright, so that's what we were doing. What would be really cool is if we had a rotation with the wedge block that I don't think we have. I think I destroyed all of those already. There's only a few, right? So needed to stand on end. See, it just doesn't rotate there, and it goes back. Yeah, we don't have it. Okay. So what I was hoping is I get the, kind of how it meets up right here with the ramp. If I could do like an inverted version of that and have it meet up right there in that same way, then it'd also kind of give it a slope. Actually, the slope would be on this side. Yeah. It would work. And I was just thinking about possibly even leaving this open. You know, we're using some type of, I could use like the metal trussing blocks or something like that, or iron bars. But then, realize the zombies would be able to see me. And if that's the case, they definitely wouldn't run over the edge. They would just like stand above me. Kind of like on the setup that I currently have, they just stand beneath me, wherever they see me, wherever I'm at. But if that were not the case, or if like it was above me like that, then yeah, they would just stand up there and look down at me. This might work. That's a lot of weight. That is a lot of weight. But it's only going to be unsupported beyond this point. So 1, 2, 3 blocks out. There will be no vertical supports here. I mean, honestly, like, this space will be open, but it doesn't have to be, like, completely open. I could put in, like, a pillar, like, every, I don't know, 5 blocks or something like that. And just go around the edge. Just to add in a little bit more support right here. Because then those pillars would be connected. No, they wouldn't. Because I have the ramp block, which is going to connect to the pillars here. And I know this probably just looks like a big jumbled mess. Like, it makes sense in my mind, like when I'm looking at it. But I'm sure if other people are kind of watching this, they're like, what do you mean? Connecting this into that and it all works. So basically this block right here is going to be this block right here, right? So that'll be a wedge block, which will give a full connection to the back and the bottom. So we'll have a full block out that way. This will be 50 pillars going down to here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yep. And then these 2 blocks will be the 2 iron bars. And this block here will be that concrete, and then the iron bars going up to the ceiling. So basically it'll look like that, but with all those ramps and rounded edges and iron bars instead. And then this will just be like a hallway with 50 pillars that go all the way down. Just kind of like a normal spike pit setup. And that way if I need to, I can walk around down here. I do not want to get into it with a cop down here, because if he blows up, I will die being this close. Far enough away that zombies can't hit you, like with their arms or anything like that. But yeah, a cop would totally blow me up. But if I'm up top there, right, shooting down upon them, and I'm outside of the cop's blast radius, I'm totally safe. And I think this would work. It's slightly awkward, and that some of this doesn't meet up extremely well. But I like the rounded edge here, so it gives me a greater field of view when I'm looking. And I can even just like, I'll probably just be like standing right up here, you know? And then when I have this space back here, I'll be able to see anything that I'm missing by the rest of this block. I'll just back up a little bit, and I can still shoot down through here. And then this, yeah, just being solid. Keep the zombies moving. Okay, that works. And I do believe I'm going to sacrifice this area for a light tower. With some type of design or pattern that I have yet to decide on. I'm not sure. But the main thing now, because I'm pretty sure this is the width that I want the hallway, so we've accounted for the wall, the hallway, and where the 50 pillars will actually be. That's even all the way around this side. So this is the free space we have to play with, right? I'm almost wondering if I'm using these rounded blocks here. Maybe I can make a light tower utilizing that shape. I've done it in a different game. I don't know if that's exactly how I want to set it up. Those would be pretty cool though, because I could make the legs wide enough to straddle the opening in the tunnels underneath. Where are the corners? Where are the corners? If this is the center block. Alright, that's my center block. The hallway is 3 blocks wide. So that would be 3. So like 1, 2, 3. Then we have ramps. And then the actual support itself is here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I think these spots right here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I think these actually have supports underneath them. The glass blocks are connected down in there. Oh no, it's a 7 gap width. The ramps are there. And there, okay. Such a huge space underneath. It's only because those rooms are smaller. The only issue with that is the space is not as wide on this side because the rooms are larger. Okay, never mind, scratch that idea. We have like a wide setup for the post back here and then a narrow setup for the post up front. And that would just make it huge. That would just make it like a big something in the center of this. But, like, we don't have enough room, right? Let me go ahead and look at it and make sure I've got the measurements right for that. Alright, I gotta take this thing down. It's driving me nuts. Definitely not gonna use this idea. Managed to do that without dropping any of them. Okay. So this is my center block. Hallway being 3 wide. Ramps, supports. I guess these would count as the closest supports, wouldn't they? I was thinking the glass blocks here. So from the center, we'll go 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And that would be over a glass block. And those match up there. That's right, they do match up on both of these sides. So these spots right here are actually the closest support pillars. And this is the same. That might work. 1, 2, 3, 1. And then 2 for the ramps, 3 for the glass. Remove all of this excess stuff. Okay. So from our center block, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Right? And see, that's kind of manageable, you know? That is not too bad. Because we're going to have a ton of space. Like, we got a lot of space. And if we can kind of get those lights a little bit closer to the walls here, I think it's going to do better for spreading it out. And the issue is, like, you can't make it very tall, right? Because the lights from the spotlight, it has a long, like, horizontal distance that it reaches, but without being able to aim them like we can on the console right now, is like, you know, vertically you don't have a lot of play with that. I want to say it was 4 blocks up was a good height for that. And I can test this and play around with it. I don't want to put any more than like 8 spotlights out here for like the whole thing. Because I've got 4 in the ramp on either side, so I've already got 8 spotlights, and I do have lights right down the center here underneath, right? I don't think the candles do a whole lot, so that's fine, but all the electricity is rough. Okay, so that's an idea, which, since these are just going to be pillars, these will probably just be like 100 pillars that'll go up into the rounded blocks that'll go up, and it'll just be kind of more rounded, so it's going to have a different feel than the underground portion, I believe. That kind of lets us know where we need to have our spikes, though, right? And how wide is this gap? It's 5? Okay, that works then. It's about as wide as you want things to be without any support. Cool. That gives us like an odd number to play around with the lights. Yeah. Alright, okay. We got ideas. But that's neat and all. Now we need to figure out how we want to do our concrete. Before we can like put any of this stuff up, we have to raise the floor up a block. So I definitely want spikes underneath, because I don't want zombies messing around with these poles. I could just make that like a dead zone for me Like, just have all the spikes right underneath the light. I mean, just have that space completely filled with spikes, and then I just don't run in there, right? So as I'm running around it, zombies are going to try to run through the spikes to get to me, you see? So I can kind of, like, use that to my advantage to damage them as they come through. So I think I like that idea. So let's just block this section off. Oops. Okay. So then that would basically be our center. And then this is the remaining space for spikes. Save for, right, this inner layer, right? Because I'm going to do kind of the same thing. The only place I'm going to have ramp blocks, I'm not sure if I'm going to use a wedge or just a regular ramp, but it's going to be right here in front of the pillars. Because now I'm going to use the thing that's been annoying me to my advantage. So I don't want to use the ramps because zombies get stuck on them. Like if a body dies on top of a ramp, it creates an obstacle and the zombies get stuck. But if it'll make them get like stuck right here, then they won't actually be able to like damage the pillars. Due to the way this will be set up, I should be able to turn around and shoot down at them. Well, I mean, let's take a look at that. If they're up against the pillars that are here, yeah, I just shoot down at them. Kind of clear them off the pillars there, so that's going to be the only space that I have a ramp. So let's kind of throw a few of those down and look at it. Beer, probably don't need. And all those frames that I destroyed earlier, can I get a few of those? Is that right? Yeah, that's right. Okay, so I don't have to worry about that. Like for some reason I was trying to connect that, but that's up there. So it doesn't matter. Just look at a portion of this. This whole bar is going to be gone. Well, I mean, I guess as far as my center line goes, I can probably get rid of it. But... okay, so that's good. That's pretty much what we'll be looking at multiplied times 4, right? And see what I'm really wanting to do is I need to decide how I want the spikes laid out, because I'm going to leave those spaces open. So basically, you'll be able to see the adobe, but it'll be underneath a spike. So it should be protected enough. But it should be interesting because that's also going to create a pattern. Oh, jeez, I think there's a wandering horde coming in. I just got a bunch of frame loss. Where's the bear? There's a chance. Could be the game just kind of bogging down. I've been playing it for a while. But... nope. There it is. Oh, and it's daytime, so it's going to take them 1,500 years to walk over this edge. So what we can do is, like, here, I'll just stand in here and talk about this. And wait for them to make their journey. Yeah. Oh, looks like I have to kind of pull them over the edge. And that's my thought for... oh my gosh, there's so many. That's my thought for Horde Nights. is, are they actually going to walk over the edge if I'm not, like, right here in the center, right? I'll be up against the wall. And that's why, like, I really have to have access to this center area to run around with them. Alright, everyone come here. I'm gonna need to make a new club soon. My, blunt weapon skill is gonna be amazing, though. Oops. There we go. Shoot, pile of zombies. I can't do too much of this or I'll have screamers coming. Woo! And I am gonna have to repair these blocks that I'm damaging because my aim is awful. Hey, pistols is 42. I did pay for a lot of those levels though. That Horde Knight, I forgot my crossbow. Grabbed all my exploding bolts, forgot the crossbow. And it's almost worth it to die from time to time, just so they don't send you this many zombies. It takes so long to deal with this every single time. Just kind of like step out of their way real quick. Make sure they don't attempt to squish me. Anybody else? No, he did not break his leg. There's a few more. Oh, he's kind of wandering away. Almost kind of got one foot in the grave there, though. Well, he's gonna find his way out of here. But my goodness. Seems like not too long ago. I was just doing this. Boy. Oh my goodness. Alright. This has got to be almost all of them, right? Like, seriously. Like, I hear another one up there, but it might be one of them that's kind of stuck in that little shed or whatever. We're gonna do this the quick and dirty way. Man, I don't even really have much space. I mean, should I just keep picking all this stuff up? I don't know. Water for sure. Always pick up water. That's just good resources. Alright, yeah, I want to pick up all this stuff. Oh my goodness. It's fantastic for cleaning up bodies. Probably not gonna get anything useful, you know, like bones or anything. Just grind it all up. What was I saying about not needing to collect grain alcohol ever again, or till the end of time, or something like that? And I'm still picking it up. Here, we're gonna drop it and trade out for these lead trophies. that lady finally found her way down here? I hear her. Like, she's making all kinds of good noise, but I think she's still stuck up there. Hmm. 8 sand or 3 duct tape. Oh my goodness. Destroy those wedges again. I'll probably end up collecting them, or like having to recraft them in just a bit. Oh yeah, let me grab that duct tape though. Man, she is all kinds of angry. I'd be angry too, man. Like, missed the entire party. It's already happened. Like, I'm just going through the cleanup process here. She missed all the good times. It's unfortunate. And the rest of her friends just left. Like, apparently they thought the party was a wash. It was no good. And they just took off, went the other direction. Alright, cool. Well, that didn't take too long to clean up. It's a lot faster using the auger rather than a knife. I'm not sure why the machete I have doesn't destroy those blocks in one hit. It should. It's doing like a ton of damage, but... Oh yeah, I just need to drop off all this random junk. Junk. Some of that. Some beakers. Pills. All kinds of stuff. My gosh. Should be good. Alright, now I gotta get back to what I was doing. Zombies leave me alone for a bit here. Okay. So, I like this idea. I like it quite a bit. I also like the idea of filling it with spikes. That seems like a good time. I'm just wondering if that's going to be enough light. So the light will be to this point. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 or 10, I'd say, is probably going to be about the limit of those lights. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that's double. So we'd almost have to put matching lights here towards the center, and then spotlights out there. Shoot, I don't have any spotlights. I was like, oh, I'll just go grab one of them real quick, but I put them in the entrance. That'll have to be the next thing I test. I need to test an appropriate height, like where however high I plan on building this thing. And just like set the lights up there and see where they shine, you know. That seems about right. This is going to be spike level, and 1, 2, 3. If I have the bar going across the bottom, the lights would sit on top of that. So they would be the 5th block, but on top of the 4th, so that might work. And if this is all concrete, it would support itself well enough with only the 5 wide gap between each of the corners. I've never built this one this large. It would be pretty neat looking. Woo! Woo! It's really weird to have my auger on that side of the frames. For some reason I always click left out of that menu and it's been switching to my auger, and that's annoying. But yeah, that would just give me like I could just, I don't know, have a little platform up here to stand, I guess, for whatever. Or not. Maybe just make it a like enclosed building that, you know, you don't get into. It's just there. Something to contemplate for that. I could even just fill in like that with 4 spikes, 4 spikes, 4 spikes, leaving these lanes. Maybe we'd take it out here to 6, leaving this center lane open, because then I'd be able to run directly underneath it. The zombies would probably figure that out, but it would give me the cross section, the center point for the base. So basically just like flip the positive and negative space here. So right now this is all negative. Maybe do this. Oh, and these. I guess visually I can assist with flipping that positive and negative space here. Or would we continue them out? I think we'd continue them out. Kind of have them meeting up with the pillar itself. So then that would be the shape of the spikes underneath. Right? Just kind of like surrounding the pillar here on the inside. And then leaving this lane open. Oops. The only issue I kind of see with that is that this space is just going to be full of spikes, and then they will have to run into this block to get out, which they will be trapped because of the spikes. Remember those wedges I just scrapped? Maybe I would use ramps though. What if I did this, like, around the pillar though? Just keep in mind this is going to be a round column, which I don't have the block on me right now. Oh yeah, remember those inner corners that I just destroyed? So it won't be a square meeting up like that, it'll be a circle. So they'll actually have a little bit of room around here. I'm going to have the spikes, so we will have that issue of them getting caught up in the center. But ah, man, is that going to be the only way to transition out of a spike area, though? Because that's what I'm trying to avoid. I'm trying to avoid the ramp setup. I also want to have spikes. Do I want too much? Do I ask for too much? Okay, so let's go back to working on this side, because this is the side that we'd kind of started setting up for what this might actually look like out here. this is kind of like the general like spike setup. A lot of times you just kind of like extend your pattern out this way over and over. Actually, no, you do it like every other. And depending on like how you want to have it, sometimes I like having 2 rows in between. You can run barbed wire. Okay, so now we kind of see how that would work. That would be a row of spikes right here, right in front of the ramps. Many a zombie would be getting caught right in there, but if they were stuck on the ramps, they would be taking damage most likely from the spikes here. And now I've just inverted my space. I just realized that now I'm placing these down for spikes rather than having this negative space being the spikes. So if I maintain that negative space though, okay. So these being spikes, right? Spikes, blocks. And this is kind of what I was hoping, is being able to just place the spikes in between straight blocks. Because I was hoping that if the spikes are all connected, that the zombies wouldn't really get stuck down there as much. It'd be kind of a trench, but when a corpse formed, it would form a flat surface between these 2 blocks, because the corpse block would take up that space. Like, it would sit right on top. Actually, it would take up this space, but it would sit on top of the spike, and then zombies would be able to walk across that. So as it gets used and zombies start piling up, it's going to do less damage to them while they're running around, because they'll be running over corpses. So, this is wrong. This is wrong, and this is wrong. It's all wrong! Because that should have been negative. Oh my gosh, that actually kind of works out. So the reason that I was kind of hesitant there for a minute, because I would have had solid blocks. So these blocks that I'm putting out here are where I'm thinking of actually just like putting down concrete blocks, right? And then all of this space would be where the spikes are, and also where the adobe is showing through on this. So the pattern created will, you'll be able to see it from the map. So that'll be neat. Oh yeah, and this just continues, because this isn't a wall. That would actually be over there. Really? Like, are you serious? Come on, like, I don't get anything done. Well, I never get anything done. I don't even know where she came from. I need to make a new club. How much forged iron do we have on us? None. Well, hopefully I brought some with me. I just want to build. Just want to build, zombies. Are we good? can start cleaning up though. Unless it's like, ooh. Like, unless it's like really good, I'm just gonna leave it. But I mean, free arrows, right? But we have 4 extra. Let's use those 4 so they're not taking up an extra slot in our inventory. Oh, we already had one loaded, so I guess technically 5 that we need to shoot. Oh, that was terrible. Okay, so we're good on that. Oh yeah, and I wasn't even gonna do this. I was just gonna let them despawn. Yeah. Get that wellness up. Sure, why not? Oh yeah, I could just have them just self-destruct. That works for me. Yeah, stay on top of those bodies. I just need your loot. Alright, cool. As soon as he turns into a corpse, well, he'll just show you. Oh, he got a spot. He was too far over. There we go. That's what I was going for. It's good to keep in mind, like when you're looting, just so like your stuff isn't getting destroyed before you have a chance to grab it. They're hooking us up on the soups and whatnot, so giving us the food that doesn't dehydrate us, which is super nice. But still, zombies. I just want to like work this design out so I know what I'm doing. And I can actually start like putting down some blocks. I'll have to make a ton of concrete 50 pillars. Those are gonna go all the way around the outside, right here. I'll be using 100 pillars in the center for the light setup, however I end up doing that thing. Should be it. But those 50 pillars are gonna be a stack of 5. So like, all the way around the outside, 5 high. So what did I say? That was like 46 by 46 or something like that. Oh, other duster. That's good stuff. Rest, not so much. And it's like you might as well collect the pills. Like, they sell really well. They're not too bad. As long as you got something to drink on you and you're not worried about being dehydrated, they're not too bad to take. I'm gonna just kind of toss those, because I want to just kind of keep working. I don't want to have to go drop anything off. And then I'm just going to let the bodies despawn on their own. Okay, empty, empty, empty. And back to work. Okay. So. So yeah, I'm not sure if I want to do like the ramp around the pillar that's going to be there, or just a solid block with the spikes right here. But I am kind of thinking that I might want to do like 2 wide on the concrete, just so I don't have to like jump constantly, and I'm not, I need more space to run, so I'm not like falling into the spike pits myself, right? Like, this is going to be really irritating. It would function, it would work, but it would irritate me. So let's kind of see what that would look like. So I'd probably do the same thing here. Let's go ahead and start it there, and then that would give me like a good way around this. And I'll leave the center. I'll leave the center just 1 wide. Probably won't be running directly through the center. I'd rather the zombies fall off of there into the spikes. Okay. Let's say we've got that going on. We've got 2 wide of concrete. That actually feels really nice. I would have 1 for spikes and 2 for concrete. Oops. Oops, 1 for spikes, 2 for concrete. And 2 for concrete, and 1 for spikes. Okay, so the spacing still works. The spacing still works, which I'm kind of surprised by. Good times. As well as, like, this is going to cut down on the number of spikes that I need significantly. Oh, there's another row. Ah! I thought that... See, I have this here. Uh-oh. And 1 for spikes. Oh, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Okay. Man, I was really excited when that worked out. But maybe I could do something different here towards the end. So the spacing works out to here. I mean, if I really wanted to, I could just make the outer run the only single line. Okay. So, like, what if I did that, right? Did 2, 2, 2 right there, but just due to spacing issues, put the spikes right here. So we'd have a kind of a stiff drop off from here to the spikes and then the ramps. But I do want these ramps here to kind of keep zombies from getting on the pillars. Because the pillars are going to be on this row here. So we'll have 50 pillars all the way around. Need more wooden frames. Not really, I could just pick up the ones that I've already used, but... I tend to be, like, you know, pretty visual. Like, I'll lay down a pretty literal representation of what I'm going to build before I actually build it. Because sometimes the ideas just kind of like, they seem like they work out in my head, and then when I start putting down the blocks, I'm like, oh yeah, I don't have that rotation on that block. Like when using the wedge ramps, like, those kind of frustrate me. Yeah, a lot of times I just kind of have to like lay it all out and see what it looks like and see if I actually like the feel of that spacing or not. Whoa. Cool thing is, like, once I figure out a design that I want to use, once I've got it to this point, it's just to go. You just start like throwing down blocks. And so like this whole area right here is going to be concrete. And I guess this is going to be concrete as well. So I'm actually going to leave this row. Basically, like, I'll have the like rebar, and when I upgrade these, it's like you won't see the wooden frames, right? And so it's kind of a waste to make that concrete right there. It's a waste of resources. So when I take down this wooden wall here, I'll take down everything except for this row, all the way across. But I kind of like this. I don't know exactly, you know what? I'm gonna find out. I don't know exactly how it's gonna work out with spikes, but we got those. Kind of throw some of those down. Do this. And now for me, like, I've got all this space to like run, jump over these. Ah, I still did it! I am so bad. I am so bad. I always hit my own spikes. The zombies are just like run straight down in there. Let's make a few more of these. I want to extend this out. Kind of look at it. Let's add like 3 more to each side here. And like I'm gonna end up using iron, or actually, I mean, well, there'll be steel spikes, but for now. Oh, I used up all of the wood that I had. Oops. Okay. Guess we can do that. But yeah, that would just be like the 1 wide spikes throughout. And the only reason that I want to do this and not the ramps is if you put ramps there, a corpse will form. And then the zombies will just get stuck between the spike and the ramp. So that is what is going to happen here. Ow! That's what's going to happen here, but I want that to happen so they don't really get to the pillars. Because then they stick their heads in the pillars and you can't do anything about that. But I do like having this amount of space here. I am absolutely going to fall and hit my spikes many, many times. I think it'll be a bit easier to manage. I won't be able to do that jump because those are going to be pillars. I think it'll be a bit easier to manage once I can, like, these are solid blocks. I think you'll be able to tell your distances a bit better, I think. This is the jump I'm going to have to watch. I'll probably just stay away from that area. I kind of like the idea of leaving this open so that I can just get to a different side if I need to. Run to that direction. Like I can just sprint across without having to like jump over spikes and stuff like that. And I can just like take off going this way and cut back over here. So maybe try to avoid doing those angular jumps as much. It is like, I swear, it's impossible to like not hit these spikes. Alright, well, I mean, we're gonna give it our all. I just need to jump a little sooner is all. Yeah, I just need to jump a little sooner. It's gonna be the very active aspect of the Horde defense. When I'm up here, when I'm up there, and this kind of looking thing, this is gonna be like the easy mode. I'll just be hanging out. I was hoping I could use Adobe for this stuff, but you just don't have these blocks available in Adobe, so kind of bummed about that. But it's all good. We got plans, we got ideas. Things are going down. I'm running into my spikes because I'm not paying attention. Where are my frames? I gotta look at it. I don't even know if I have a nail gun over here. I'm sure I got maybe it's down in that chest. Oh, jeez. Remember that thing I said about leaving this row of frames here so that it wouldn't be a waste of resources to fill them in with concrete because it's completely unnecessary. So, I'm going to put those back. If we're going to work our way this way. So pretty much I'm just going for like a solid concrete feel. Like there's going to be a little bit of Adobe showing in the where the spikes are at. But other than that, it's going to be like solid concrete. Also, this is very useful. You can fill your corners in with wooden frames to save on resources. The same deal. Like, you won't be able to see it. It's like once those are upgraded, that corner does not exist. Can I take that? Can I just get rid of that? Yeah, that's what I thought. It's all attached to the wall. It's good. Well, it's like, do I need 2 prototypes? I don't think so. I already know what spacing I want to use, so yeah, let's just get rid of this. See if we can do this without like falling and breaking our leg. Oh, there's I forgot there's 2 here. Okay. Let me do this. Let's go ahead and attach this here. And probably just do like that. I mean, you could just like yank the frames out from underneath and the whole thing would collapse, but definitely been on a resource conservation kick. And see, that's another issue right here. See, this block is going to be 1 below this ledge. Ramp block. Okay. Never mind. It's not an issue. But yeah, with the way my other game is set up, and I have to be, it seems like I just have to be a lot more careful with all my resources and stuff. I've been kind of picking up that I could save a lot if I actually just paid a little bit more attention to what I was doing. Okay, let's do this side first. We can't really do all, well, we can do all 3 of these. Here, check it. We can do these 2 at the same time, and then just kind of like look over and grab that one as we go. Neato. Alright. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna kind of just like stop things right here. So I'm gonna do pretty much like an even quarter of it. The way I was thinking, this is going to be this hole that I keep using to get in and out of the base there is gonna have to go here pretty soon. I'll have to, I mean, it's not like it's hard to replace that. I could just move it over here for now, because I'm probably going to leave this set up the way it is while I build the other sides. This is like a frame of reference, I guess. Get it? It's frames. Frames of reference. Okay. Once again, I should not be allowed to make jokes. Alright. I should be doing this other block as well while I'm at it. It'd be kind of nice to have the floor look a little bit different, but I don't think I'm going to mess around with additional materials right now. Because right here, it's going to be pretty safe. I could probably make it out of anything but wood and it'd probably be fine. But we've got like nearly an entire chest full of concrete back at the base. I think we have all but the last row full on that storage chest of concrete. So we're going to use it. And I got plenty of resources to make more. What did I get stuck on? Huh. I stopped moving because I thought I had reached this point. Hmm. If I leave this as an open lane for myself, like I've been talking about, then each of these here, these is not going to really matter because they just meet right up with it there. But right here, we can change that with like an inner corner, like inner ramp corner or whatever. But it kind of creates an awkward space. And I can't just like remove it, you know, and only have it, you know, where it would meet up with these blocks. Because then I'd have to play like hopscotch. Maybe I don't leave it open. You could probably just leave it though. Honestly, if a ramp is right there, the zombie's really not going to get held up by that. They'll get held up by this. Like, they'll just do that for 10 years, but like on something like that, they'll run over. So maybe that wouldn't be as big of an issue if I just like maintain the ramp blocks through here. Because this is the only place I'm putting ramps is right around this outer edge. All the rest of them are just going to be like filled with spikes. So that would probably be the only area that would have any type of issue with this. So they could get up to right here. I don't think it would really I don't think it'd really mess with them too much. Oh my gosh. That's unbelievable. Oh look, I made them a diving board. Congrats, zombies. You get a free diving board. Oh, come on then. Come on then. See, but then I've got zombies like this. Like, she's not even blocked by anything. And she's just like, she's stuck. She's just spinning a circle. So it's like, would this throw them off? You know, like, would this little corner right here completely wreck their day? They just, I mean, look. There's not even anything there. She's done for. Oh, man. Yeah, I do need to get this spike situation sorted out so that I can finally move all of my stuff over here. Like, as useful as that little wooden cube of a base that I have is, it would be nice to have a bit more space. And also to not have to be running back and forth all the time. Like, even after I get the spikes kind of sorted out, I probably still have some more building to do. I mean, I guess I could build the whole top portion first, and then do the spikes, but I don't know. Still need to make a new club. Look, they're still coming! My goodness. I should have been stacking their bodies so I don't have to mess them. Oh look, he kept his legs. Congratulations! You win the prize! Ow! Come on now! Kinda lost track, standing too close to the wall. You can do it! You can do it! Ah, cool. I gave her, I don't know, 5.6. Wasn't that good. It's way better when they're running, because then they have the whole Looney Tunes bit to it. They just run out over the edge, kind of like hang out for a second, they're like, oh, there's no ground beneath me. It's a good time. Ah, my goodness. Did the other ones even have a chance to despawn yet? No, look, look! The bodies are still over here, they haven't even despawned yet. I gotta get rid of these. Oops. And I will go around and like repair up my any blocks that have taken damage. They're gonna show on both sides. My goodness, she's got some good loot. She may have been super confused and hanging out on this corner. Like, but she has some really good loot. I'm not carrying one sand around. Guess I should probably be saving all these window panes. I'd be getting a lot of free glass out of the deal. Yeah, I'm so good on like bones and animal fat. Like I don't need to grab any of this. It's kind of like I'm not really leveling up my bladed weapon skill, which is unfortunate. But man, I had to deal with so many rather large wandering hordes today. I'm just like, enough is enough. The dog days are over. Oh man, that's super tempting. Let's do this. We're gonna grab that duct tape. We're gonna take this glue, turn it into duct tape, and then we're gonna grab that challenge. $5 now. What did I say earlier? I've got like 60,000 dukes at the base. No idea what to spend it on. Oh, see, come on now. I'm dropping those good items like that. Let's scrap the brass. Scrap more brass. I don't even know if I looted that body. I just just augured it up. Like, alright, buddy. See you later. No room in queue. Oh, for the love of most things. I'm scrapping brass. That stuff takes forever to scrap. That better not be another wandering horde that I hear. That better just be some random zombie. Just kind of like wandering this way. Like a solo zombie. Alright, do we have brass yet? My goodness. Okay, let me turn that thing off. It's kind of, it's a bit annoying. Five seconds. And then we can scrap one more thing. I guess we could just leave these bodies over here, right? There's no point in us, like, rushing to get this taken care of. It's like for a little bit of cloth. What else? Oh, a little bit of scrap iron. Alright. Yeah, we'll come back for that. So yeah, I think I might leave that there. Like, running and picking up your frames is a lot of fun, but kind of like bug out a few things. Or just make it like artifact and leave, I don't know, I guess the remnants of a frame or whatever it would be. It's like, it's that thing where it exists and it doesn't exist at the same time, right? It's a good time. So this will be the portion that is supporting the columns, or like the, you know, the 50 pillars will be right on top of those, right? Sweet. I do have my ramps. I do not have a rebar inner corner on me right now, but I think, I think that I have them down in the base. Oh, you're gonna give me that rotation like last, huh? I guess we can do a wooden stand-in, right? Ha! Okay. Alright. So that is kind of the idea. I guess I replace these as well, right? Hmm. Okay. Basically, this works. I even got kind of an idea how I could make this look like a much larger space than it already is. Like, just for this is going to be 3 wide. Actually, how many can we make? We're going to need so many more than that. Let's just make 50 for right now. Okay, yeah. So even though this is going to be my lane of running back and forth, it will be separated. It will be cut off here. Okay. So just as kind of like representation of what's going on here, the pillars will be here, and they will be 5 high. And I've taken down all my markers. Okay. But yeah, these are going to be 5 high, and that's what I won't be back here too much. It's like a just in case type of thing. So like if zombies do get hung up or I need to run down here to do something, I'll at least have this defense going for me, right? Which isn't too bad. You can kind of like swing at the zombies. You can hit them. If you step back, they cannot hit you. But like I had mentioned before, this is not far enough back to protect you from a cop. Like if a cop is like pushed up against you, I guess on this side, and he blows up, you're gonna feel that. It's not gonna be good. So I'll be spending, hopefully, my time in the top, which is kind of what I'm setting up for up here. So this is gonna be 5 blocks above the ground. Like the 50 pillars are gonna go right underneath this block, so they'll be connecting to this block right here. And then this is gonna be overhanging. Actually, that's a lie. That's a lie. The 50 pillars are going to be right here. That's right. And so this overhangs beyond the pillars. And then this is to give me an area to shoot out of. Okay, yeah. So we've got all of this space here. But yeah, the 50 pillars are going to be right here. And this is just going to be solid, I guess. Might as well. That seems about right. Maybe we can do redwood for this, because this area is going to be really well protected. Like I'll have to do a concrete for the wedge ramp here, but these blocks here could probably be redwood. I don't see why not. And as you're looking up from here, you would have a red path all the way around the top, and then when you're up in this section, you would have the red floor behind you, maybe even like the wall. Maybe I kind of do like some redwood in the wall or something. Because it's going to be pretty well protected. The cops, nobody can shoot up through here. The whole thing's going to be sealed off by this. So I can shoot out, but they cannot shoot in. So unless a cop did happen to blow up against these pillars here, that would probably damage the floor underneath. Well, I don't know. It's going to be 5 blocks up. That's kind of outside of their range for explosion, so yeah, maybe I'll look into it. Gotta do something else with the redwood, right? And then we need to figure out our light setup and how that works. Nice. I believe there was some wonderful progress made. And just kind of figuring out what it is that I'm going to do. But it's day 126. Today is Horde Day, and it is rapidly approaching. And I am not going to hang around and do that on stream today. I'm kind of surprised at how late it is, actually. I've been on for a while. Should probably go feed myself. But yeah, next stream I will just be like, I don't know, just flying around the base trying to get myself ready before all the zombies show up. I gotta drop some of this stuff off. I gotta make some space. Like the water and that and that and that. I've got all my tools, that's fine. And for those. Cool. I should probably drop off this stone though. I mean, honestly, I don't need that. I don't need that for a Horde night. I don't need that. I am completely out of space. I need a new chest. That is unfortunate. I'm just gonna throw these in the mini bike, wherever that is. But yeah, it's like 18. It's like 18:30. My goodness, I am gonna have to boogie. Yeah, I'm gonna boogie on for real life, and then yeah, next time I load into here, I'll probably be busting off to go fight a million zombies. Anyway, y'all take care. Thanks for hanging out. Anyone who watched the stream and the VOD as well. Yeah, take care, and hopefully we'll get that stuff sorted out next time. Get those walls up. Anyway, I'll see y'all around later. Bye.